Chapter 228. The secret room was not big, only about 20 square meters. However, there were two small mountains piled up in the small secret room. One was a mountain of gold, and the other was a mountain of silver. The gold mountain was made up of long strips of gold bricks. It was 3 feet high and 5 feet wide underground. Even though there was a hollow in the middle, the amount of gold was definitely not small. The other mountain of silver was even taller. It was almost completely made up of silver. It was 7 feet high and 9 feet wide underground. The small secret room was almost completely illuminated by the two mountains of gold and silver. Beside the two mountains of gold and silver, there were countless shining gems, jade, agate, and other things scattered in all directions. You are these mountains of gold and silver, and these gems and jade are all ours. After a long while, Bai Yong came back to his senses. He walked down the stairs and asked excitedly, "How much is all of this worth?" He Honghua also stuttered as she spoke. "About 300,000 taels." Ziyue glanced at the pile of gold and silver and said, "It's fine as long as we have enough gold and silver. For our Bai clan, these are the most important things." As he spoke, Ziyue pointed to a row of bookshelves opposite the gold and silver. "These are the secret martial arts manuals that I deliberately collected and left behind. Among them, there are the beginner's Diana stance, frenzied bull strength, and 3 low and 5 crouching breathing strength. As for the external cultivation methods, there are the 5th forging of the golden body, iron shirt, and diamond locking jade tactics. As for the internal cultivation methods, there are the glazed diamond body and the thunder tiger roaring internal cultivation method. As for the internal cultivation methods, I also left behind the 6 yang skill and purple mansion creation skill. With these secret martial arts manuals, as well as these properties, even if our Bai clan can't borrow the power of the Scorching Sun Gang in the future, we can still gradually develop and become a martial arts clan. In this way, we can establish a firm foothold in Wujiang County. Even if there are some disturbances, we can still rely on our martial arts skills to settle down," Ziyue said in a deep voice. As for the indestructible Vajra body and purple chi divine art, he thought for a while and decided not to take them out. Some things might not be a good thing to leave behind, but it was very likely to be a disaster. Actually, for martial artists above the inner force realm, martial arts manuals, gold, silver, and jewels were not very attractive. This was because such existences usually had their own martial arts inheritance and would rarely switch to other inner force cultivation methods. As for gold and silver, why would they care so much when they could easily obtain them? As for the martial artists below Qi realm, Ziyue was the vice gang leader of the Scorching Sun Gang. Even if he left in the future, with this relationship, no one would dare to offend him. Moreover, the official position that Ziyue begged for Bai Yong was not useless. It was enough to deter them. However, before I leave, I still have to say goodbye to the gang leader. At the very least, there won't be any troublemakers who will disturb my parents. Ziyue's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. Are you hiding something from us?" Bai Yong's expression gradually turned serious. Although he was inexperienced, Ziyue's series of actions naturally allowed him to see some things. "Actually, I don't want to hide it from you." Ziyue smiled and said, "Once you get used to the new environment and take over all the businesses, I will leave." Even if they were extremely unwilling, but Ziyue had already made up his mind. Bai Yong and He Honghua slowly accepted that their son was about to leave and might not return. In the following period of time, Bai Yong and He Honghua started to get busy. One was in charge of the internal affairs, the other was in charge of the external affairs. Various businesses were methodically taken over by Bai Yong. Even if he did not have much experience, Ziyue found 1 or 2 experienced housekeepers to help him. The progress was quite smooth. As for the internal affairs of the Bai Manor, under the suggestion of another housekeeper, more than 10 people were added. Finally, the Bai Manor had a new look. During this period of time, Ziyue naturally did not stay idle. Although his spiritual energy was not enough, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he calmed down and started to organize the various martial arts that he had obtained from the previous battle. He focused on researching and cultivating. He He did not need to reach a certain level of mastery. As long as he could understand the essence of the martial arts, it would be a great gain for him. Of course, he could not do without his daily routine of cultivation. After cultivating the Violet Kingdom creation art to the 8 Extraordinary Meridians chapter, the speed of his cultivation became even faster. The accumulation of internal energy was like the gathering of a river, endless and endless. He estimated that his current cultivation speed was not much slower than the Fierce Sun art and other martial arts. One must know that in the early stages of this martial art, it was far inferior to the Fierce Sun art and other martial arts. As expected, this Violet Kingdom creation art is indeed a martial art that has been accumulating for a long time. The further I go, the faster my cultivation speed becomes. Perhaps, even without relying on spiritual energy, I will only need 2 or 3 years to break through the other 6 extraordinary meridians and reach the level of a first-rate expert. Ziyue's eyes brightened slightly. Of course, if he had sufficient spiritual energy, he would not deliberately suppress it. On the other hand, after cultivating the purple chi visualization art to the 8th level, the progress has clearly slowed down. If I rely on myself to break through to the 9th level of the chi condensation stage, I will need at least 3 to 5 years. Ziyue did some calculations and could not help but sigh. This speed was actually not slow. The old rogue, cultivator, Old Wu, had cultivated for 100 years and was only at the peak of the 9th level of the chi condensation stage. He had spent a total of 7 years between the 8th and 9th level of the chi condensation stage. 3 to 5 years for Ziyue was already considered very short. However, for Ziyue, who had broken through 3 to 4 levels in just a few months, 3 to 5 years was naturally a long time. Another thing worth mentioning was that Ziyue had caused a huge commotion when he broke into the Yamen at night. However, after hearing that the assassin was a 9th level chi condensation stage expert using immortal methods, everyone was apprehensive and did not dare to investigate in detail. Therefore, as time went by, there was no longer any sound coming from them. This made Ziyue, who had been paying attention to this matter, secretly heave a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At night, the sky was slightly cold. In the misty void, there was a pitter-patter of rain. In a spacious courtyard, a tall and sturdy man held a long saber in his hand and quickly practiced. The misty rain did not affect the man's performance at all. The long saber swept out like a rolling river. Suddenly, a saber light shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was vast and mighty, and it spread out for a distance of 5 feet before it gradually dissipated and disappeared. In the distant lake, a carp had just jumped out of the water because of the rain and just happened to touch the saber light. Almost without a sound, the carp was cut into 2 halves. After falling into the lake, 2 soft sounds were heard. The water rippled, and the sound was clear and melodious. Who is it? However, at this moment, the man's eyes swept over a rockery like lightning. Gang leader's strength is getting better and better. Ziyue jumped down from the rockery and said, "Vice gang leader Bai, why did you come here at night?" Jiang Tao frowned and looked at Ziyue. "Gang leader, I'm here to bid farewell," Ziyue said in a clear voice. "Bid farewell? When are you leaving?" Jiang Tao suddenly remembered what Ziyue said when he gave him the position of vice gang leader. His eyes flashed as he asked, "I'm leaving tonight," Ziyue said. "In the future, I'll have to ask for gang leader's help to take care of my Bai family. I've said before that vice gang leader Bai has done me, Jiang Tao, and the Scorching Sun gang a great favor. I'll naturally take care of your mother's affairs." Jiang Tao's face was solemn as he promised. Then, "Thank you very much. Goodbye." As Bai Ziyue spoke, he clasped his hands together and turned around. His body moved, and he took continuous steps in the air as he floated away. In almost the blink of an eye, he flew hundreds of meters away. It's really him who broke into the government office at night. Looking at Ziyue, who floated away, Jiang Tao's pupil shrank and his face changed as he shouted in a low voice. In fact, he had his suspicions long before. At that time, The commotion was so big that he naturally carried out an investigation. He knew that the assassin broke into the government office for a piece of golden paper in the hands of Mr. Yang Jun, who was also a first-class expert and even stronger than him. Then he immediately remembered that his gang also had 2 pieces of golden paper locked in the gang's treasury. However, when he began to investigate, he quickly found that the golden paper was missing, and the person who exchanged the golden paper was the vice gang leader of the Scorching Sun Gang, Ziyue. In addition, he had already sensed that Ziyue's methods were mysterious and powerful, so he naturally came to a conclusion. The reason why he did not take action was that he was not sure whether the assassin was Ziyue or not. If he was not, there was naturally no point in investigating. At most, he could inquire about the whereabouts of the 2 pieces of golden paper from Ziyue. However, if Ziyue was really the assassin, not to mention that he was indebted to him and had saved his life, just the fact that the other party could easily defeat Yang Jun, who was slightly stronger than him, and calmly retreat from the county government's yamen was enough to make him fearful and not dare to act rashly. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. It seems that I really need to take care of his parents and take good care of them. After confirming the other party's identity, Jiang Tao could not help but smile bitterly. Suddenly, his face changed and his eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, "Just now, he didn't seem to have concealed anything in front of me. How could an ordinary person be able to step on the void and float away?" So, Vice Gang Leader Bai's actions were also a warning? Thinking of this, Jiang Tao's face changed and gradually became somewhat unsightly. However, after thinking for a long time, he sighed and decided to compromise. Chapter 229. Master, Vice Gang Leader Bai just came over and asked me to give you something. At this moment, a man who looked like a butler hurried over with a wooden box in his hand. "What is it?" Jiang Tao pretended to be calm, but he quickly took the wooden box in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he carefully opened the wooden box. What entered his eyes was a book and a few pieces of rough animal skin. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Tao couldn't help but smile. He ordered, "Vice Gang Leader Bai will be out for a while. Hurry up and send people to patrol around his house. In the future, make it a routine. Send people morning, noon, night, and night. Don't let anyone provoke Vice Gang Leader's family." "Yes." The butler was puzzled, but he quickly responded and left. A book of Su Pengxing's Qi circulation technique, 5,000 mountain ice blade technique conversion talismans, and 5 thunder fall technique conversion talismans. These should be enough to make gang leader pay attention to my family. Ziyue's face was calm, but he had a plan in mind. He knew that even gang leader Jiang Tao, who had reached the level of a first-class expert, was obsessed with the cultivation of immortal arts deep in his heart. Even if he couldn't cultivate, he would still want his descendants to be able to walk on this path. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he would protect the Bai family with all his heart. With his status, it wasn't difficult. Black Rock Mountain was also known as Snake Mountain. It was one of the few dangerous places in hundreds of miles. Even first-class experts wouldn't dare to set foot in this place with true qi protecting their bodies. If they weren't careful, they could be buried in the snake's belly. 3 days later, a young man with a delicate and pretty face appeared at the foot of the Black Rock Mountain. Beside him was a large dog that was half the height of a human. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black fur, and its face and body were swollen with numerous bumps. It looked extremely miserable and dispirited. The young man was naturally Ziyue. The big dog beside him was the puppy he had adopted. After being fed a blood coagulation pill every day, the puppy grew very quickly. Now, it was already a mid-level mutated beast. Not only did it grow in size, far surpassing ordinary puppies, but its strength and speed were also very shocking. It had already begun to form a fighting force, and was no weaker than ordinary internal refinement martial artists. Therefore, in order to differentiate between the two, he gave the puppy a name for the first time. Little Black Dog. The black puppy expressed its dissatisfaction with this name. It threw a tantrum a few times and deliberately provoked trouble along the way. One time, in order to vent its anger, it ran into a nest of black bees. At this moment, the black puppy deliberately turned its head and looked at Ziyue from the corner of its eyes. Then, it pursed its lips and revealed a smug smile. Then, it smacked Ziyue with all its might. Pa! The beehive of the big black bee was directly slapped away. Then, countless black bees the size of a thumb, some as big as a child's fist, flew out with a buzzing sound. The black puppy reaped what it sowed. It howled and scurried away like a rat. Its head was covered with bruises. If not for Ziyue's help, it would probably have died there. Then, it finally behaved itself. Correspondingly, Ziyue's spiritual energy increased by a wave. These big black bees were very big and were no longer ordinary creatures. Basically, each of them could give him 1 point of spiritual energy. The big ones even gave him 5 points. Although it was a small number, there were so many of them that it directly increased his spiritual energy by more than 10,000. According to the Golden Book's guidance, the immortal Martial Treasure Vault should be somewhere on this black rock mountain. However, aren't there too many poisonous snakes here? Ziyue stood at the foot of the mountain and looked around. Almost every 3 to 5 steps, he could see 1 or 2 poisonous snakes. The black rock mountain was 300 feet tall and densely packed with poisonous snakes. It was simply too many to count. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the higher the mountain, the longer the poisonous snakes were and the more powerful their auras were. Just halfway up the mountain, there were already many poisonous snakes that had reached the level of mutated beasts. Presumably, there would be snake demons on the mountain. Even though Ziyue was quite confident in his own strength, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive at this time. There should be something strange about this black rock mountain. There's a faint cold aura that is emitted. This kind of cold aura should be extremely beneficial to these poisonous snakes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be entrenched here all year round. Ziyue's spirit eye technique easily saw through some of the oddities. His face was slightly serious. But very quickly, his heart was slightly excited and his face was full of confidence. However, this may not be a bad thing for me. I can use this to increase my spiritual energy by a large amount. His heart settled. Ziyue didn't hesitate and immediately stepped out. The moment he stepped out, spiritual light surged on his body and a transparent light barrier quickly appeared, covering his entire body from top to bottom. Magic technique, divine light shield. Facing poisonous snakes that could spit venom, he naturally had to be careful. Although Black's doggy face was swollen due to the large black bee's bite, it was even more fearless and jogged to keep up. Chi! 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 Just as he took a few steps, one poisonous snake after another shot towards Ziyue like lightning. Some even spat venom, which landed on the divine light shield and emitted sizzling sounds of corrosion. Oomph! Ziyue snorted coldly. Facing the attack of venom, he ignored it, and the long saber in his hand quickly swept out. Chi! 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 One by one, the heads of the snakes were chopped off by him and fell to the ground. Black's movements were also extremely nimble and easily dodged the venom spray. Its dog paws quickly swatted out, and the heads of the poisonous snakes turned into minced meat. Sweeping his gaze to prevent any accidents, Ziyue still reached out his hand and lightly tapped, casting a divine light shield on Black's body. Seeing this, Black became even more excited, as if it wanted to vent all the resentment from being stung by the large black bee on these poisonous snakes. It rushed up the mountain happily. Even if it was surrounded by a large group of poisonous snakes, it was still fearless. Its dog paws swatted out continuously and easily flattened the heads of the poisonous snakes. The poisonous snakes here were obviously very aggressive. As long as Ziyue stepped into a certain range, the poisonous snakes would be attracted and directly shoot out to attack him. Following the movements of these poisonous snakes, more and more poisonous snakes began to approach. Gradually, they formed a scale. Spirit energy plus 11, plus 14, plus 12, plus 15. Although the increase in each poisonous snake was not much, Ziyue was very clean. When he saw that more and more poisonous snakes had gathered around him, he flipped his hand and activated a spirit talisman. Whoosh! A sea of fire surged out and burned hundreds of poisonous snakes in the blink of an eye. This spirit talisman was not the spirit fire talisman transformation talisman that he had refined himself, but it was from the talisman maker Su Pingxing. Back at the Immortal Spell Assembly, Su Pingxing had prepared many spirit talismans to trade, but because of Ziyue, this variable, he did not obtain any gains. Later on, because he attacked Yue, he was killed by him. Naturally, many spirit talismans fell into his hands. These spirit talismans were naturally not very effective against powerful beings. However, because of the characteristics of these poisonous snakes, although they were quite threatening, their vitality was not strong. Naturally, they could not withstand the attack of this spirit fire. In an instant, Bai Ziyue's spiritual power increased by a large amount. My spirit energy is more than 35,000. Ziyue was a little excited, but the long saber in his hand was as fast as lightning. He did not deliberately use spells to kill the poisonous snakes in a large scale. First, although there were many poisonous snakes, they were actually scattered, and the gains did not make up for the losses. Second, he wanted to use this opportunity to train his martial arts. After a month of cultivation, he had gained a lot. Even if his realm did not increase, his application of martial arts moves and understanding of martial arts moves had reached a rather profound level. However, after all, he had not fought with others. Many of his theories and applications had not been verified. He could not judge whether they were practical or correct. Coincidentally, these poisonous snakes were numerous and densely packed. They could verify his ideas. Chi. Ziyue did not use his internal strength, nor did he deliberately use any moves. Every slash of his saber was like an antelope's horn, or like a sky full of stars, flashing quickly. One by one, the poisonous snakes were cut in half and fell to the ground. The vitality of the poisonous snakes was extremely strong. In the beginning, when Ziyue cut the poisonous snakes, even if they lost their fighting strength, he did not really kill them. Naturally, Ziyue's spirit energy did not increase either. For this reason, he began to control and do his best to attack these poisonous snakes. Every slash of his saber, even if it was fast and cut the poisonous snakes in half, there was also a shock force that smashed their heads and killed them completely. Ziyue kept adjusting and controlling the frequency of the saber's vibration, trying to kill the poisonous snakes with the smallest vibration force and the fastest efficiency. After getting familiar with it, he suddenly realized that if two poisonous snakes were cut in one slash, then he could only use this shock force to kill one snake. Therefore, he began to think about how to kill two poisonous snakes at the same time. He kept adjusting the changes in the strength of his saber. He was silent and focused, but his movements did not stop. Soon, he came up with a solution. The long blade slashed out, and the two venomous snakes were struck at the same time. Then, before the blade light chopped the two venomous snakes in half, a burst of power had already flowed through the blade and entered their heads, causing them to die from the shock. Then, Ziyue began to pursue more. 3 with 1 slash, 4 with 1 slash, 5 with 1 slash. Ziyue seemed to be tireless. As the saber light flashed, there were countless poisonous snake corpses on the ground. Oh! Suddenly, an aggrieved dog howl was heard. Ziyue finally woke up from this immersed state. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Self-created saber technique. This could be considered a saber technique that I created myself. He thought for a while and could not help but feel very happy. Chapter 230. As a matter of fact, Bai Ziyue's accumulation was already extremely profound. Although most of his martial skills relied on his spiritual energy to increase, the increase of his spiritual energy was equivalent to him continuously cultivating day and night. All the understanding and comprehension during this period came from himself. Spiritual energy was only equivalent to saving the time needed to be spent in the process. In this way, the accumulation and comprehension of countless martial skills had all become his nourishment. At this moment, with a little integration, he naturally created a brilliant saber art. This saber art shall be called the vibrating saber art. Ziyue was excited. Soon, he came up with a name for this newly created saber technique. Oh, at this moment, the little dog's cry rang out again. Its voice was miserable and aggrieved. Ziyue looked over and saw that the spiritual light shield on the little black dog's body was on the verge of collapse. Dozens of venomous snakes were quickly chasing after it. A few of them were as thick as an arm and had shining scales. They were clearly not ordinary. Ziyue quickly went forward, and with a slash of his saber, it landed on those venomous snakes that were as thick as an arm. Vibrating saber art. The power of the saber surged and rushed into their heads. The moment the saber touched them, 3 of the venomous snakes were killed by the force of the impact. Only then did the sharp saber slash through them easily, sending their heads flying. Spiritual energy plus 78, plus 69, plus 81. Looking at the increase in spiritual energy, Ziyue's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. These 3 venomous snakes had obviously gone through a slight evolution. Although they had not officially evolved into mutated beasts, they were already considered powerful. Together with the dozens of venomous snakes, the little black dog was naturally in a sorry state. Oh, after the 3 strongest venomous snakes were killed by Ziyue, the little black dog immediately let out an angry roar. It quickly turned around and pounced forward. Its front claws were thick and powerful. The sharp claws were like silver hooks as they slashed through. Pooh! A venomous snake was directly torn in half. CSI. Another venomous snake quickly pounced and slammed into the spiritual light shield. Pa! The spiritual light shield, which was already on the verge of collapse, suddenly shattered and turned into rays of light that dissipated. The black puppy was stunned for a moment before it started to panic. It dared to charge recklessly because of the layer of protection outside its body. Otherwise, the venom of that venomous snake might not be able to do anything to it due to its constitution, but it would definitely make its already swollen face unrecognizable even to its mother. Ziyue casually threw out another spirit light shield, covering the little black dog's body. Then, he looked at the top of the black rock mountain again. The poisonous snakes that were rapidly slithering and hissing didn't seem to have decreased by half. The more he killed, the more berserk they became. The densely packed venomous snakes seemed to have instinctively started to riot, surging towards him. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time if we want to clear out all the poisonous snakes on Snake Mountain. Looks like I'll have to call for help. Ziyue thought to himself. Without hesitation, he reached into his bosom and unfurled a picture scroll. Eagle Swordsman. In an instant, 2 eagles and a swordsman appeared in front of him. With a thought, the 2 eagles and the swordsman didn't stop at all. They quickly rushed out and killed the snakes that filled the sky. At this point, Ziyue still didn't stop. He reached into his bosom again and took out a pitch-black cloth banner. Whoosh! Qi filled the air. Even the temperature dropped drastically at this moment. Then 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 or 8 souls with ferocious faces that were almost solid surged out from the cloth banner. Without needing Ziyue's instructions, these primary souls let out ghostly wails and howls as they rushed towards the endless number of poisonous snakes. As a result, Ziyue's efficiency in killing the poisonous snakes increased significantly. Naturally, the amount of his spirit power also increased rapidly. Almost at every moment, he could feel the changes in his spirit power. 40,000, 45,000, 50,000, 60,000. Even though these poisonous snakes couldn't provide him with much spirit power individually, their numbers were enough to make up for everything. Soon, his spirit power increased to more than 100,000 points. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours time passed. Ziyue killed his way up. It took him 3 to 4 hours to reach the halfway point of the mountain. At this point, not only were the poisonous snakes more poisonous, but their strength was also obviously better than those at the foot of the mountain. Even the number of poisonous snakes that had evolved to the level of exotic beasts began to increase. These exotic beast-level poisonous snakes were all thick and strong. The layer of scales on their skin was even more picturesque, flickering with a dim light. When the puppy's powerful claws slapped down, it was difficult for it to smash their heads into meat paste. It was still fine if it encountered beginner-level poisonous snakes. It could be dealt with some effort. However, if it encountered intermediate-level poisonous snakes, it would often be at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the protection of the spirit light shield, it would have been buried in the snake's stomach. Suddenly, a venomous snake that was golden in color, but only as thick as a child's arm, suddenly shot out. Pooh! It was as fast as lightning. A golden light flashed past. The swordsman raised his sword, but before he could even slash at the snake's body, his head was pierced through. In an instant, the spirit light dissipated, and the swordsman's figure dissipated. Ziyue's eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. As his strength increased, the eagle swordsman portrait's effect on him gradually decreased. Naturally, the chances of him using this summoning-type artifact decreased as well. However, this didn't mean that this artifact had lost its use. The two eagle and the swordsman weren't weak, especially the swordsman. In terms of battle strength, he was already equivalent to an ordinary late-stage inner refinement realm martial artist. His swordsmanship was astonishing. However, even the swordsman with such strength didn't have the slightest bit of resistance in front of this golden snake and small snake. It was easy to imagine the strength of this golden snake and small snake. Top-level exotic beasts. Ziyue quickly came to a conclusion. Because only top-level exotic beasts could achieve such a feat, of course, it wasn't a demon yet, but the aura of a snake demon was several times stronger than that of this small golden snake. Whoosh! After piercing through the swordsman, the small golden snake didn't stop. It only lightly tapped the ground, and an incomparably hard black rock suddenly crumbled into small pieces of gravel. The small golden snake then shot out again, as fast as a startled swan. This time, its target was the black puppy. Oh, whoa! The black puppy was shocked and furious. It had seen the way the snake had dealt with the swordsman. Amidst its horror, it inexplicably felt the urge to pee. It was so scared that it pee-pong. The small golden snake's head collided with the black puppy's defensive shield, emitting a crisp sound. The small snake rolled and bounced back. The black puppy's defensive spirit light only dimmed slightly, but wasn't completely broken through. The spirit light shield that Ziyue had cast on the black puppy was definitely not weak. The small golden snake shook its head, then flew into a rage. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and it shot out again. However, at this moment, a saber light, like a floating cloud in the sky, came crashing down. A strange and powerful vibration force quickly spread out. Vibrating saber art. Puff! The saber light paused for a moment, then broke through easily. A strange rippling force also spread out from where the saber light landed. Moreover, it rushed into the small golden snake's head like a hot knife through butter, crushing it. At this critical moment, it was Ziyue who made his move. Although top-level exotic beasts were strong, to him, there wasn't much difference between them and ordinary poisonous snakes. Naturally, he could kill them easily. Oh, only then did the black puppy come to its senses. Seeing the small golden snake's miserable appearance after being cut in two, it didn't have the slightest sympathy. It roared angrily and rushed out quickly. Ha! It used all its strength to viciously slap the dead little golden snake's head. That hard snake head made the soles of its feet slightly numb. However, the anger in its heart became even stronger. It completely ignored the attacks of the other poisonous snakes and continued to compete with the small golden snake that was already dead. Slapping, biting, ferocious and violent. Stupid dog. Ziyue frowned and ignored the black puppy's actions. He crushed his saber and rushed out again. Seeing this, the black puppy paused and looked in by Ziyue's direction. When it saw that Bai Ziyue was not paying attention to it, it heaved a sigh of relief and panted. Then, the sound of someone urinating could be heard. It was too embarrassing. It actually peed in its pants just now. Luckily, that fella didn't notice. The black puppy was slightly proud. Luckily, Lord Dog held it in suddenly, its body stiffened, and it noticed that Baiziwa had glanced at it from the corner of its eyes. Awoo, almost like a conditioned reflex, it once again pounced on the small golden snake that was no longer recognizable. It didn't even care that the pea was on its legs. My spirit energy is at 500,000 points. How many snakes have I killed in this period of time? Ziwa looked at the spirit energy points and couldn't help but feel a little excited. This kind of rapid increase in spirit energy and the feeling of not being in any danger was too comfortable. If I kill all the poisonous snakes on Snake Mountain, will my spirit energy soar to more than 1 million? At this moment, he couldn't help but daydream. His spirit energy had reached 500,000 points. He was already excited and couldn't control himself. If it reached 1 million, 1 million isn't difficult. Ziyue was full of confidence. His eyes were filled with determination. He planned to set a small goal, which was to increase his spirit energy to more than 1 million. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the sound of huge poisonous snakes hissing could be heard from afar. Then, Ziyue noticed that the poisonous snakes that were attacking them at high speed were slowly retreating and surging towards the sound of the snake. The snake demon finally couldn't take it anymore. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He had a guess. Chapter 231. Black Rock Mountain was filled with venomous snakes, and many of them had reached the level of mutated beasts. Naturally, some of the venomous snakes would evolve into demons. In fact, when the 12 pieces of golden paper were formed and revealed the location of the immortal martial treasury, he immediately recognized that the treasury was located on Black Rock Mountain, which was also known as Snake Mountain. Because of this, he had done a lot of research. He knew that Snake Mountain had only been formed in the last 100 years. Because it was located in the wilderness, there were very few people. Although it had attracted some attention when it was first formed, no one had connected it to the immortal martial treasury. Moreover, because Snake Mountain was filled with venomous snakes, even first-rate experts did not dare to casually set foot on it. Therefore, this place gradually became a forbidden area. Naturally, there were very few records about this place. However, even if there were very few records, there was still information about the snake demon flowing in them. According to the records, 70 years ago, someone caught a glimpse of a huge white snake about 80 feet long rushing out of Snake Mountain from 30 miles away. The white snake crushed the grass and trees as it passed. 35 years ago, a medicine farmer once saw a long creature with fleshy wings flying in a Snake Mountain from a mountain peak close to it. 7 years ago, a pitch-black, 5-foot-wide snake path was discovered. It was continuous and led straight to Snake Mountain. On both sides of the snake path, some creatures could be seen from time to time falling to the ground because they had been poisoned. These records all prove that there were demons on Snake Mountain. Moreover, there was more than one. Ziyue had long since understood this. However, he was no longer as fearful of demons as he was in the beginning. Regardless of the white snake, the winged demon snake, or the venomous snake with a wide snake path, as long as they were still demons and had not gained sentience, he would not be afraid of them. Sentient demons were equivalent to Sciention martial artists and enlightened immortal arts. Naturally, they were not something he could compare to. However, as long as they did not gain sentience, with his martial arts and immortal arts, even if he could not defeat them, he would be able to escape unscathed. Of course, despite his confidence, he did not advance prematurely. After several hours of fierce battle, even if his constitution was extraordinary and his inner strength and spiritual energy were very vigorous, his mind was still somewhat tired. He could use this opportunity to rest for a while. The puppy was the same. If he hadn't thrown out 1 or 2 blood coagulation pills from time to time, it wouldn't have been able to hold on. On the other hand, the 7 or 8 host souls could occasionally catch 1 or 2 poisonous snakes and swallow their blood essence to nourish themselves. The summoned eagle and the swordsman could be infused with Ziyue's spiritual energy. They were always ferocious and didn't seem tired at all. Ziyue flipped his hand, and the golden book made of 12 golden papers appeared in his hand. As his mind power surged, the location of the immortal martial treasury was once again marked in his mind. The location of the snake's cry seems to be not far from the immortal martial treasury. Ziyue made a quick comparison and suddenly had an idea. The Snake Mountain was formed 120 years ago, while the immortal martial treasury was said to have been buried 300 years ago. The current location of the snake demon is extremely close to the immortal martial treasury. Moreover, with my spiritual eye technique, I can clearly see that the cold Shi is the thickest in the immortal martial treasury. Does this mean that the Snake Mountain was formed because of the immortal martial treasury? As he muttered to himself, he felt that this possibility was extremely high and couldn't help but feel a trace of curiosity in his heart. Just what kind of treasure could cause such a huge change in the Black Rock Mountain? After resting for a while, I didn't hesitate and stood up once again. The black puppy followed suit and was very happy. After a period of great battle, it had already noticed that the swelling on its face and body had obviously decreased by a lot. It felt that its doggy face was finally starting to regain its original handsomeness, and its confidence couldn't help but increase greatly. Within the Black Rock Mountain, poisonous snakes were everywhere, and the cold Shi was pervasive. It was actually more suitable for growing spiritual materials that were rarely found in other places. Among these spiritual materials, there were many good things, such as serpent dragon fruit, antidote grass, and holy spirit flower. If taken outside, they would be worth at least 10 taels of silver. But here, although they couldn't be found everywhere, they were still quite common. Ziyue only picked a few items that could cure snake venom and didn't pay too much attention to them. Soon, the terrain became flat, but on the ground, there were clear traces of poisonous snakes slithering past. There were many snake sloughs of various sizes, numbering in the thousands. Among them, the smaller ones were only as thick as an arm, while the larger ones were as long as 7 or 8 meters. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small golden snake shot out from one of the snake's sloughs. It was as fast as lightning and pounced towards Ziyue. Ziyue stretched out his hand and squeezed, catching the small golden snake in his hand. This small snake was obviously the same as the one that had attacked the black puppy before. It was of the same origin and species, and was also a top-level mutated beast. Not only was its skin and flesh tough, but it was also extremely strong. Its tail twisted and swung like a long whip, causing the air to emit a crisp sound. He stretched out his hand and squeezed, and the small golden snake's head that was as hard as iron turned into meat paste. The tail that was about to hit his arm naturally lost its strength and fell limp. After getting rid of the small golden snake that was completely dead, he saw several other small golden snakes shooting towards him from all directions. Then he narrowed his eyes and pulled out the black divine saber. A black light flashed and enveloped the surroundings. All the small golden snakes stiffened and fell to the ground dead. Woo-woo! At this moment, the black puppy cried out in alarm. It trembled slightly as it hid beside Ziyue's feet. It carefully looked at the small golden snakes on the ground that didn't move at all. These small golden snakes were small in size and fast in speed. In addition, they were top-level mutated beasts with strong strength and tough bodies. When they shot out, they were like long spears thrusting out. In terms of threat, they weren't any weaker than an inner realm cultivator. The black puppy had seen the other party's methods and was naturally frightened. But in front of Ziyue, these small golden snakes were no different from other snakes. No matter how fast they were, could they be faster than his eyes? No matter how tough they were, could they block his black divine saber? Not to mention, under the vibrating saber art, even if his saber wasn't sharp, as long as it landed on their bodies, it would be enough to jolt them to death. At this place, Ziyue could clearly feel that the cold Shi was even denser. It was almost bone-piercing. Even the sun hanging high in the sky couldn't bring the slightest bit of warmth. Focusing, Ziyue continued forward. Soon, a sunken basin connected to a huge cave appeared in front of him. Each of the poisonous snakes was extremely large. They intertwined and coiled around each other like mountains of flesh. The hissing sounds of countless poisonous snakes flicking their tongues formed a strange frog-like croaking sound at this moment. Looking into the cave, there were several huge bell-like snake eyes that emitted a dim light. Even though the snakes were just standing there, they gave off an endless chill. Snake demons. Ziyue was stunned. See, in the depths of the cave, the sound of a snake suddenly came out. It was loud and full of majesty. In an instant, countless poisonous snakes that were ready to attack turned into a rain of arrows and shot towards Ziyue. Before the main body of the viper had even pounced, a series of venomous attacks had already been shot out. Countless streams of poisonous liquid intertwined and turned into colors that filled the sky. At this moment, the air was emitting a sweet fragrance that belonged to poisonous gas. Even Ziyue felt dizzy when he smelled it. He scattered his chi and blood, and in the midst of rolling, he drove the poisonous gas 3 meters away from him. The black puppy's resistance was weak. After inhaling a mouthful of poisonous gas, its body twisted slightly, as if it was drunk. It didn't recover until Ziyue flicked a scarlet pill into its mouth. Since he knew that he was going to face poisonous snakes, he was naturally prepared. He had brought a lot of antidote pills with him. Humph! With a cold snort, Ziyue turned his hand, and a large stack of talismans immediately appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, the talismans were activated and shot out rapidly. Boom! 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 Countless flames, lightning bolts, wind blades, and ice arrows were fired at Qingnan. They directly slowed down the momentum of the snakes that filled the sky. At this moment, Ziyue pointed in front of himself unhurriedly. In the void, the airwaves began to roll inexplicably. The cold air swept over, and some of the weak poisonous snakes became stiff. Immediately, small ice blades that were shining with endless cold light appeared in the air. Magic art, Thousand Mountain Ice Blade Technique. Puff, puff, puff. The densely packed ice blades were like raindrops as they swept down. None of the venomous snakes were able to dodge them. Occasionally, some of the poisonous snakes escaped. After dodging the previous wave of talismans and the sweeping ice blades, they could not break through Ziyue's side. They were blocked by 7 or 8 primary souls, 2 eagle beasts, and a swordsman. They were blocked 5 meters away from him. Therefore, Ziyue was even more relaxed. He was almost methodically casting the magic art. After the Thousand Mountain Ice Blade technique, another one was cast. Soon, the ground was littered with countless venomous snake corpses that had been sliced into several pieces or were covered in fine wounds. It was obvious that they were much stronger than before. These poisonous snakes had strong vitality. As long as they were not cut in the vital parts, they would still have vigorous vitality. Their cold and cunning characteristics made them instinctively camouflage themselves. They were ready to shoot out and attack Ziyue at any time when he approached. Seeing this, Ziyue's expression did not change. He changed his mind and stretched out his hand again, pointing in front of him. Magic art, spiritual flame technique. With his control of the spiritual flame technique, he could almost cast it instantaneously. Under the continuous use of this technique, balls of orange-red flames immediately turned into streaks of red light and shot out, quickly landing on the bodies of the countless poisonous snakes on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Balls of flames exploded in an instant and kept spreading. The radiation reached a range of 10 meters, almost covering all the poisonous snakes on the ground. Plus 452, plus 159,367, plus 1455, plus 54, plus 248. Dense information about the increase of soul energy flashed in front of Ziyue's eyes. Chapter 232. In the blink of an eye, all the poisonous snakes on the ground were burned to ashes. Faintly, there seemed to be a meaty aroma of cooked snake meat wafting over. Blackish sniffed with its nose, and its lifeless eyes became alert. Immediately, a long stream of mucus dripped down from its mouth. With a slurp, The mucus was sucked into its mouth, and then it quickly flowed down again. My spiritual energy has reached 970,000. Ziyue glanced at the stats panel and was slightly startled. Then, he revealed a trace of hesitation. When my spiritual energy exceeded 100,000, my stats panel had its first upgrade. Now that my spiritual energy has exceeded 1 million, will it upgrade again? If it does, there will be a period of time when I can't rely on the stats panel to increase my strength. Should I increase my strength first? Ziyue hesitated for a moment, but then a trace of determination flashed across his face. Upgrade. He had always believed that strength was the foundation. The stats panel might be magical, but it could only be used as a support. Delaying the increase of his strength in order to upgrade the stats panel was a matter of neglecting the essentials. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and glanced at the stats panel. Spent 382,456 spiritual energy to upgrade the purple chi visualization technique to the 9th level. Upgrade. Spent 175,425 spiritual energy to upgrade the 8 Extraordinary Meridians chapter of the Purple Mansion Creation Technique to perfection. Upgrade. Wong. In an instant, all sorts of information regarding the Purple Chi Visualization Technique and the Purple Mansion Creation Technique rushed into Ziyue's mind. The various comprehensions made him dizzy and intoxicated. At the same time, he felt his spiritual energy and inner strength surging in his body. All sorts of earth-shattering changes were occurring rapidly in his body. In a short period of time, he felt as if he had gone through years or even decades of bitter cultivation. His aura was wild and powerful to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. The strange meridians could not obstruct his inner strength at all and were broken through like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, all 8 of his meridians were opened. His strength also soared, reaching the peak of a second-rate expert. Sizzle, sizzle, buzz. As his dantian expanded, streams of spiritual energy became even more powerful. As the spiritual energy repeatedly surged into his dantian, they continuously collided and rippled, causing the spiritual energy in his dantian, which was already dense to begin with, to fuse together even more tightly. Immediately after, a misty spiritual power appeared in his dantian. Like a chain reaction, more and more spiritual power began to turn into mist. With the same volume of spiritual energy, the power suddenly became more powerful and majestic. A second-rate expert at the peak of the 9th level of the refinement stage. Ziyue's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The feeling of his strength rapidly rising was too comfortable, too satisfying. Caw! As if sensing that something was wrong with Ziyue's soaring aura, a loud snake cry suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Then, the ground began to tremble, as if wheels were rolling. 7 or 8 huge snakes, bringing with them a foul wind and a rain of blood, instantly dashed out. These huge snakes were more than 15 meters long. Even smaller ones were 5 or 6 meters long. Under the fierce attack, they were like a long river passing through the sun, unstoppable. The huge rocks that were blocking them were crushed by the snakes' shining scales, and the rocks were sent flying. 2 eagles screeched and spread their wings to meet the snakes. However, the moment they collided with the huge snakes, they turned into spiritual light and shattered into nothingness. A sword light flashed and shot out. However, under the attack of the 5 or 6 meter long golden snake, it was instantly smashed into pieces, unable to resist at all. With the chilly wind whistling, the 8 primary souls turned into streaks of black light, each rushing toward a huge snake. With a series of bangs, the primary souls were all shattered, and it took a while for them to reform. The black puppy hesitated for a moment, but still rushed out without hesitation. Its eyes were full of bloodthirsty madness and determination. Get behind me and hide. Ziyue suddenly opened his eyes. With a thunderous voice, he grabbed the black puppy's neck and threw it slightly. Then, he moved forward and waved his hand. His eyes opened abruptly, as if a peerless demon had come to the world. In just one move, he threw the black puppy behind him. Clang! In the blink of an eye, a small golden sword shot out from his body like a dragon swimming out of the sea. It was the upper-grade celestial artifact, the Golden Light Sword. The Golden Light Sword was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of a huge snake. Before the snake opened its mouth to spit out venom, it had already pierced through its head. The huge snake's body stiffened, and its bloodthirsty eyes lost their luster in an instant. Then it fell heavily to the ground. Swoosh! The golden light sword vibrated like a water droplet falling into a calm lake, causing a layer of ripples. Then it pierced into the body of another huge snake. Puff! 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 Before the huge snakes could get close to Ziyue, the golden light had already shot into their bodies. Then their bodies stiffened and fell to the ground, never to get up again. Hiss! Even though Bai Ziyue's small golden sword was as fast as a flying golden dragon, the huge snakes were not slow at all. Several huge snakes stirred up the boundless wind and rain as they turned into long rainbows and charged toward Bai Ziyue. Saber come! Ziyue did not move, but the divine black saber in the scabbard at his waist shot out automatically at this moment and was directly caught in his hand. Tyrannical saber art. The saber light swept out. A huge red snake had just spat out a mouthful of flames from its huge mouth, but it was bounced back by Ziyue's saber. As the flames swept out, the huge red snake let out a furious roar. An unpleasant burnt smell came from its body. Just as it was angry, a black light flashed and endless darkness swept out, drowning its consciousness. The huge snake's entire head was split in the middle, forming a huge gap. No matter how strong its vitality was, it was still going to die at this moment. Then, Bai Ziyue swung his saber backhandedly, and the head of a huge white snake that could swallow cows and sheep fell off. The cut was smooth, and it was not until a while later that sticky and stinky snake blood spurted out. A huge golden snake, because of its small size and cunning, hid behind the huge white snake. The moment Ziyue killed the white snake, it let out a loud snake cry. The scales on its body stood up, and its tail slapped the ground. Bang! The extremely hard mountain rocks were directly crushed into powder. Then, its body shot over like a bolt of golden lightning. "You're courting death." Ziyue's face was calm, and his voice was even calmer. At this moment, the pitch-black saber emitted a layer of dim light. Waves of inner strength flowed into it, and as it rippled, the air vibrated. Like a black waterfall, it swept past. Ziyue's long saber was so sharp that it could break diamond. However, because of the angle and speed of his saber, he didn't have time to turn the saber. Therefore, this saber went from bottom to top, and the back of the saber hit the lower jaw of the huge golden snake. Tremor saber skill. The huge golden snake's cold eyes seemed to show a trace of mockery. It was about to swallow the human in front of it, but suddenly it felt a special, strangling force along its flesh and into its head. Without hesitation, its head was crushed into powder. The huge golden snake's body stiffened, and its eyes lost their light. With a bang, it fell heavily to the ground and didn't get up again. Spiritual energy plus 5,426. In the blink of an eye, the 8 snake demons were all slaughtered by him. With a wave of his hand, the small golden sword trembled and rolled back to him. Hiss! Another loud snake hiss was heard. Within the cave, rocks flew everywhere. It seemed that another wave of poisonous snakes and snake demons were about to shoot out. "Umph! Do you think that I can't do anything to you if you keep hiding?" Ziyue snorted coldly. His body moved, and without hesitation, he shot out and rushed into the cave. Hiss! A strange snake with a pair of fleshy wings on both sides rushed out at the same time and let out a snake hiss. "Die!" Ziyue shouted, and the small golden sword that had been coiling around him shot out. With a slight turn, it cut off the strange snake's wings. Then, the moment the snake lost its balance, it paused for a moment and pierced through its head. Spiritual energy plus 7662. Hiss. With a snake hiss, there were 4 pitch-black snakes with snake scales on their bodies. They were well-arranged and extremely hard. Ziyue's small golden sword trembled like a golden dragon. With a spin, the black snake's head was pierced. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The remaining huge black snakes instantly spat out mouthfuls of extremely dense venom that emitted endless black light. The venom shot out at an extremely fast speed. Ziyue dodged 2 of the venom, but due to the narrow space, he couldn't completely dodge the last venom attack. Buzz! Almost instantly, the strong venom corroded by Ziyue's spiritual light shield and shattered it. In an instant, layer after layer of huge golden bells wrapped around Ziyue. A total of 5 layers of the golden bells were like the thickest armor that wasn't afraid of any blade or spear. When the venom landed on the golden bells, it emitted a violent corrosive sound, causing the golden bells to ripple and quickly dissipate. However, after forcefully strengthening 3 layers of the golden bells, the venom had already lost its effect and could no longer pose a threat to Ziyue. The 3 black snakes were about to continue their attack. A golden sword light had already shot out. Then, Ziyue's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside 2 black snakes, and the blade light rolled up. Pung, pung, pung. The 3 huge snake bodies fiercely smashed onto the ground and died instantly. Then, Ziyue's gaze fell on the deepest part of the cave. There was a white snake that was completely white and had a faint horn on its head. This white snake was obviously the king of all the snakes here. Its body wasn't big, only 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as an adult's waist. However, the aura on its body was mighty and incomparably tyrannical. As the demonic aura spread out, it seemed to have a natural noble aura that made people tremble. Chapter 233. The White Snake King. Furthermore, it was a white snake king that had undergone a mutation. It had begun to grow horns on its head and was about to transform into a flood dragon. Such an existence was only one step away from reaching the next level of psychic awareness. It was only one step away from shedding its skin. Hiss! The White Snake King let out a loud snake hiss. Its bell-like eyes were already faintly glowing with spiritual light. In the next moment, the White Snake King shot out with an endless amount of fishy wind. It was extremely fast. Ziyue's expression was calm. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The small golden sword that had been wandering around him struck out like lightning. The White Snake King's cold eyes suddenly narrowed. It opened its mouth wide and shot out a ray of white light. This white light was the White Snake King's natal spell that it had awakened after evolving. When the white light shot out, it had an inexplicable, mysterious power that froze Ziyue's swift, small golden sword in the air. What kind of technique is this? Ziyue was surprised. Under the control of his mental strength, the small golden sword did not move at all. It was only when the white light gradually dissipated that he regained control of it. However, at this time, the White Snake King's body, which was not very large, had already rushed in front of him like a white waterfall. The White Snake King's eyes were cold. Its long tail was like a white divine whip that swept across the heavens and earth. Pa! The air exploded. Its tail swept across a mountain rock, causing it to shatter. The rock shot out like a rain of arrows. Ziyue retreated in shock. He used the light body technique, 100 steps wave treading technique, and 7 stars chasing the moon to the extreme and quickly dodged the snake whip. However, the falling rocks only caused the divine light shield to tremble. It was not shaken at all. Immediately after, his body shot out at an even faster speed. The divine black saber rolled up. His inner strength turned into a tidal wave that rolled over and quickly poured in. Tyrannical saber art. With a slash of the saber, a layer of saber chi gushed out first. Chi! With a crisp sound, the long saber landed on the white snake's body, causing its scales to crack. A long and narrow wound was cut open, and snake blood spurted out. But that was all. This peerlessly domineering and incomparably sharp blade was actually unable to cut the snake's body in half. At that instant, Ziyue finally realized that the scales on White's body were different from those of the other snakes. Not only were they finer and thinner, but there was also a layer of spiritual light around them, as if they could naturally block even more powerful attacks. Caw! The White Snake King was in intense pain. Its eyes turned scarlet as it spun around and pounced at Ziyue. Clang! Ziyue's figure moved, and the long saber rolled up again. Then, he ruthlessly smashed the head of the White Snake King. It was like metal clashing. The skin and flesh on the White Snake King's head split open, leaving a deep saber mark on the snake's bones. However, in the end, this blade did not completely sink into its head and split it open. However, his attack was not completely useless. The vibrating force transformed from the surge of inner strength instantly turned into a sharp knife and directly pierced through its head. Ziyue was using the vibrating blade art. Caw! The White Snake King roared angrily. A strong demonic aura spewed out from the monster elixir, firmly blocking the vibrating force until it completely dissipated. Seeing this, Ziyue was about to strike again. However, the White Snake King was one step ahead of him. It did not care about the consumption of energy. The monster elixir surged again. As it was brewing, it spat out another mouthful of white light. This white light was extremely fast. It was about to land on his body. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat when he knew that this light was strange. If this white light really landed on his body and froze him, he would really be a fish on the chopping block. He hurriedly rolled up his long saber and took the first step to meet the white light. Chi! In an instant, Ziyue felt that his long saber seemed to be frozen by the void. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only make the white light dissipate quickly. It was difficult for him to pull out his long saber in time. At the same time, the White Snake King's tail pressed against the ground. Its body swept past like lightning. Its cold eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Umph! Ziyue snorted coldly. He suddenly let go of his long saber. As he flew back, his mind power surged. A Dharma spell instantly formed in his mind. Soul-frightening spike. In an instant, a divine light flashed and disappeared, directly entering the White Snake King's head. Roar! The White Snake King roared angrily. Its originally soaring aura instantly dissipated. Its white scales trembled slightly, and its tail quickly swept in all directions. Immediately, countless rocks fell from the top of the mountain, scattering rocks everywhere. The soul-frightening spike attacked one's mind and consciousness. No matter how strong one's physical body was, in the face of such a Dharma spell that specialized in attacking one's mind and consciousness, it would be difficult to exert much effect. In the past, Bai Ziyue had been able to use the soul-shocking thorn spell, which was at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, to destroy the consciousness of a 9th level Qi refining stage cultivator and render him unable to resist. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, his mind power had increased greatly. Naturally, the power of the soul-frightening spike had also increased. The White Snake King's strength was strong, and his consciousness was stable. He was better than the D family cultivator back then. However, he had still suffered greatly from the soul-frightening spike. Seeing this, Ziyue did not hesitate. He quickly reached into his clothes. Immediately, a mountain stone seal appeared in his hand. This seal was the top-notch Dharma artifact that contained the Earth Demon restriction that he had obtained when he had opened the storage bag of the old Taoist Kuan Yuan. The Mountain River Seal. After such a long time, he had naturally refined this magic artifact to the point where he was proficient in it and was able to unleash its great power. Go! His mind power guided the spirit Qi in his body, which had almost turned into a mist, rapidly surged into it. The Mountain River Seal flew out and expanded with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a huge mountain peak. The tall mountain peak, which radiated spiritual light in all directions, was like the weight of Mount Tai as it ruthlessly fell down. Boom! The White Snake King had just recovered and raised its head, but it was immediately crushed by the seal of mountains and rivers. The moment the shocking sound was heard, the White Snake King's incomparably hard head was instantly crushed. It was as if his entire body had been crushed. Again, Zhou stretched out his hand and pointed again. The turbulent spirit Qi triggered the earth demon restriction. In an instant, the mountain river seal emitted a pale green light and fell down once again. The White Snake King panicked. From his shriveled head, he hurriedly spat out a fist-sized orange-yellow monster pill and faced it head-on. The monster pill attack was the White Snake King's last resort. This was because once the monster pill left the body, the monster Qi would usually dissipate quickly. Even if he won in the end, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Of course, this attack was usually extremely powerful. Boom! The monster pill shone brightly. It wanted to block the falling mountain peak, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It could not block the attack of a top-notch Dharma artifact at all. The fist-sized monster pill froze for a moment and suddenly collapsed. Then, it turned into tiny fragments and scattered in all directions. After losing the monster pill, the White Snake King's aura instantly withered. Even the spiritual light on his body quickly dimmed. Seeing this, Bai Ziwei hurriedly waved his hand, and the small golden serpent sword turned into a golden ray of light that flew past. Poof! The golden light sword stirred slightly, and the White Snake King's head was completely crushed. Spiritual energy plus 99.95. Only then did Ziwei let out a long sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand, and the mountain river seal emitted a fluorescent light and returned to his hand. The golden light sword also turned into a golden rainbow and twined around him. Then he took a step forward and picked up the black god saber that fell on the ground. This White Snake King, in terms of strength and rank, is actually about the same as faction leader Jiang Tao and the others. However, because its original body is a monster beast, its body is incomparably sturdy and its defense is unparalleled. Therefore, the combat strength it displays is far superior to a first-rate expert like Jiang Tao. In addition, it has the mysterious white light that can freeze weapons. This is why the White Snake King is so powerful and different from the rest. Bai Ziwei made some comparisons and came up with a plan in his heart. In the beginning, because he did not understand its methods, he appeared to be a little flustered when the treasure-stabilizing divine light suddenly attacked. Once he had calmed down and displayed his various techniques, he would naturally be able to kill the White Snake King easily. Spiritual energy, 600,000. Then, Ziwei's gaze turned and looked at his attribute panel. His face revealed a hint of joy. In the previous battle, his spiritual energy had increased to 970,000 points. Later, because of the increase in his strength, it decreased to 420,000 points. Now that his spiritual energy had increased by 180,000 points, he naturally felt excited. Spiritual energy was related to the increase of his strength. It was not an exaggeration to pay attention to it. Suddenly, Ziwei slightly frowned and felt that something was wrong. This time, the total number of snake demons I killed, including the White Snake King, is only 14. Even the White Snake King only increased my spiritual energy by less than 10,000 points. Even if it is 10,000 points per snake, it is only 140,000 points. It is far from 180,000 points. Where did the extra energy come from? Thinking of this, Ziwei hurriedly swept his gaze to other places. His eyes immediately flashed with a hint of understanding. Snake eggs. If I'm not wrong, the extra spiritual energy came from these unhatched snake eggs. Ziwei muttered to himself and moved a few steps to the side. He looked at the densely packed snake eggs on both sides of the mountain wall. Some of these snake eggs had not hatched yet, but there were also many that had already broken out of their shells. In the previous battle, rocks were flying everywhere. In addition to the snake demons crushing, there would naturally be many snake eggs and small snakes that were affected and crushed to death. And this was the reason why his spiritual energy had increased inexplicably. In order to prove this point, Ziyue directly raised his blade and smashed a fist-sized snake egg. Spiritual energy +5. As expected. Originally, I thought that my goal of 1,000,000 spiritual energy would be difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Now, it seems that it is not impossible. Ziyue's eyes flashed, and he was slightly excited. Chapter 234. The venomous snakes on the Black Rock Mountain occupied an area and had been spreading. Now, the venomous snakes in the surrounding mountains were dozens or even hundreds of times more than 100 years ago. Every year, the number of people bitten and killed by the venomous snakes increased greatly. It had gradually become a great danger to the surrounding area. In addition, Ziyue's attribute panel naturally needed to increase it through killing. Therefore, Ziyue did not hesitate and directly sprinkled a spirit fire technique. Boom! The densely packed values of the increase of soul power flashed in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Soul power 996812. It's about to break 1,000,000. Looking at the number of his soul power again, Ziyue took a deep breath and could not help but feel a little excited. The last time his soul power reached 100,000, the attribute panel was upgraded. This time, his soul power was about to break 1,000,000. Would it continue to be optimized and upgraded? He guessed in his heart and even had a trace of anticipation. He hurriedly cast another spirit fire technique. This time, the target of his spirit fire technique was the area guarded by the White Snake King. In this area, although there were fewer snake eggs than other places, they were all extremely large. Some were even the size of an adult's head. Obviously, they were all considered mutants. They would probably be extraordinary when they were born and could easily evolve into mutated beasts. In the end, the probability of evolving into a snake demon was far higher than ordinary snakes. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he did not show mercy. Boom! +56, +38, +39, +16, +68, +98. In an instant, another large number of densely packed data of the increase of soul power flashed in front of his eyes. Until a certain moment, the number of soul power suddenly changed. Immediately after, Ziyue felt his vision blur and a line of words appeared in front of him. Data optimization. Please wait a moment. It's optimized and upgraded. Ziyue took a deep breath, and a trace of joy and melancholy appeared on his face. The last time the attribute panel was upgraded, it took a full 20 days to complete. I wonder how long it will take this time. However, no matter how long it takes, the upgraded attribute panel will definitely be able to better assist me in my cultivation. Perhaps there will be some better changes. His eyes were bright, and there was a hint of anticipation in them. Ziyue then turned his attention to the battlefield. The 14 snake demons were relatively well preserved because they didn't cast a destructive spell like the lightning fall spell. Among them, the most precious was naturally the demonic core. Beast cores were the foundation of demonic beasts. They were the key to achieving Tao. They stored powerful and abundant energy and were the main ingredients for refining pills. Combined with some spiritual materials, they could be refined into pills that could help cultivators break through bottlenecks and increase their cultivation. The clear sky pill he had consumed was refined from the demon core of the snake demon in the abandoned well. Other than the demon core, the snake demon skin and flesh were also very valuable, especially the snake skin. The scales on the back were flexible and hard and could be used to refine inner armor, which had a strong protective effect. The belly and other soft areas could also be used by him to make talismans and refine spell transformation talismans. Ziyue took out his black god saber and started to cut open their stomachs. Thanks to his 3 years of experience in the slaughterhouse, this kind of thing was easy and familiar to him. Soon, he took out the 13 demonic cores one by one. Other than the demonic cores, the snake skin, the snake tendons, the snake demon's poison sac, and even the mutated snake's wings and the horn on the White Snake King's head were all sorted out. Then, according to the rarity of the materials, they were put into the storage bag. After putting away all the materials except the flesh, there wasn't much space left in the storage bag. Ziyue had no choice but to give up on the snake demon's flesh. Suddenly, he seemed to be puzzled. With the black puppy's characteristics, it would definitely come forward when there was good stuff. The snake demon's flesh was full of essence and would definitely be a great supplement for it. Why was it so obedient this time? Thinking of this, Ziyue quickly looked around and saw that the black puppy was lying motionless not far away. If not for the violent rise and fall of its stomach, Ziyue would have thought that it was dead. But soon, he sensed that the black puppy's condition was not right. A powerful energy was being emitted from its body, turning into waves of light that constantly washed its body. Could it be? Ziyue quickly approached, and his eyes flashed with a hint of, as expected, evolution. The black puppy had evolved again. It was about to evolve from a mid-level exotic beast to a high-level exotic beast. But this speed seems to be a little too fast. Ziyue was a little puzzled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he quickly looked at the black puppy's demonic core fragments on the ground. It was obvious that the black puppy had swallowed the White Snake King's shattered demonic core to begin its evolution. Luckily, the black puppy wasn't greedy and only ate a small piece or a small amount. Otherwise, it would be lucky if it didn't explode and die, let alone evolve. Ziyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know if the black puppy was lucky or if it really had the awareness to not bite off more than it could chew. Perhaps because of the abundant energy, the black puppy's evolution speed was very fast this time. Ziyue only waited for about 10 minutes, and the black puppy's aura immediately skyrocketed, far surpassing before. Even its height increased by a lot, and it was as strong and powerful as a calf. Oh, whoa! The black puppy stood up and seemed to be extremely excited. It quickly ran around the cave and was in high spirits. Suddenly, a poisonous snake that had slipped through the net was startled by the black puppy and shot out in shock. Roar! The black puppy's eyes slightly slanted and flashed with a hint of contempt. It opened its mouth wide, and then a weak white light shot out. Ziyue was shocked. In an instant, the poisonous snake was enveloped by the weak white light, and then it was directly fixed in the void. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. The black puppy then raised its paw and smacked it hard. With a smack, the poisonous snake's head was smashed into a pulp. Treasure stabilizing divine light. Ziyue's heart was in turmoil, and he found it hard to believe. The black puppy had mastered the natal magic of the White Snake King. Even if the black puppy's treasure stabilizing divine light was very weak and far inferior to that of the White Snake King, the black puppy was still lacking. However, this was only because the little black dog's abilities were insufficient. If its abilities were comparable to the White Snake King's, did that mean that it would also be able to unleash such a miraculous and powerful spell? After a while, the black puppy seemed to have thought of something. It quickly scurried in front of Ziyue and looked at him with a vigilant face. With its paw, it moved the remaining dozens of demon pearl fragments to its feet. Then it raised its front paw and stuffed all the demon pearl fragments into its ears one by one. Under the control of its power, its ears were tightly sealed to ensure that the demon pearl fragments inside would not fall out. Then, the black puppy's vigilant eyes gradually relaxed. Its eyes slanted, and its mouth formed a line, revealing a smug look. "You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve." Ziyue stared at it, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to pay too much attention to it. His gaze turned, and he began to size up this cave. This cave was very big, but it was actually not very deep. Following the route on the Golden Book, Ziyue quickly understood that this was not the true entrance to the immortal martial treasure vault. Ziyue directly walked out of the cave and began to wander around nearby. There were still many poisonous snakes around, but Ziyue could not be bothered to kill them. On the other hand, the black puppy was in high spirits and often swatted the poisonous snakes to death before they could even get close. With the guidance of the Golden Book, Ziyue quickly found the true entrance to the immortal martial treasure vault. This was a cave that seemed to be formed naturally, but as he went deeper, he quickly discovered that it was a cave that had been dug by humans. He followed the belly of the mountain and gradually went deeper. At this point, there was no light in the entire cave. It was pitch black all around, and he could not see anything at all. Even the black puppy, who had just evolved into a high-level mutated beast with bright eyes, could barely see the ground under its feet. It dodged the poisonous snakes that suddenly shot out and did not dare to jump out again. However, to Ziwe, this kind of environment was no different from daytime. Under the spiritual eye technique, everything was naturally clear. What's going on? Suddenly, Ziwe's footsteps stopped. In front of him, the traces of human digging came to a stop, and in front of him, there was a tall stone door. The stone door was very thick and heavy, and there were many special runes carved on it. From afar, it gave off an ancient and heavy feeling. With a thought, Ziwe pulled out the divine black saber and slashed with all his strength. Boom! The stone door did not move at all. However, a muffled sound was emitted. Following the slash of his blade, threads of fine dust immediately scattered, causing the originally gray stone door to become a little brighter. With the protection of the runes, the defensive power of this stone door is already extremely strong. Moreover, if I continue to slash with the saber, I can't guarantee that the entire cave will collapse. Ziwe raised his head and looked above. Just now, when he slashed with the saber, there was a faint sound of stone loosening. He estimated that if he slashed with the saber again, it would fall down with a crash, and the result would be unpredictable. Suddenly, Ziwe was slightly startled and looked at the stone door again. After the dust had settled, he suddenly found a small flat hole next to the stone door. Mechanism? What was the key? Ziwe's mental strength surged, and he took out the golden book that was made of 12 golden papers. After thinking for a while, he did not hesitate and directly inserted the golden book into the small flat hole. Rumble. With a loud sound, the stone door opened. Chapter 235. In the previous chapter, I made some minor changes to the snake monster meat and the black puppy. If you're interested, you can take a look. It won't affect your viewing. The immortal martial treasury. It's open. Ziwe was excited. However, in an instant, he felt an extremely strong chill rush out from the stone door. This chill came from the same source as the surroundings of the Black Rock Mountain. However, compared to the outside, the chill here was cold and strong. It was obvious that this was the source. Ziwe avoided the force and hid behind the half-open stone door. However, the black puppy did not have such quick reflexes. In that instant, the chill made it shiver continuously, as if its entire body was about to be frozen. After a while, it managed to calm down with the help of its vigorous chi and blood. Feeling that the chill inside had weakened, Ziwe first walked to the side and took out the golden book. Seeing that the stone door did not close, he let out a sigh of relief and stepped in. The black puppy hesitated for a while before following. However, its body was slightly tense, as if it was ready to turn and run at any time. What entered his eyes was a spacious underground hall. However, Ziwe's first reaction was to look at the front of the hall, where a corpse was sitting on a stone platform. This corpse had the appearance of a middle-aged Taoist. His long hair was loose, and his face was emaciated. His eyes were slightly open, and his face was filled with distress. It was very lifelike, as if it was a living person. After confirming that this corpse did not turn into a zombie or other Een-type creature, Ziwe let out a sigh of relief. He knew that this corpse had not decomposed for more than 300 years. Firstly, it must have been very powerful when it was alive, and its body must have been well cultivated. Secondly, the chill surrounding the corpse could naturally preserve it for a long time. Immediately after, Ziwe's attention was focused on the stone platform in front of the corpse. On the stone platform, there were a few items that almost immediately made Ziwe's breath hitch. A storage bag. Ziwe's eyes lit up when he saw a storage bag on the stone platform. Even though he already had one on him, not only was this storage bag bigger, it was also covered in a faint golden color. It was obvious that it was a rare item. Beside the storage bag was a jade box. However, The jade box was already broken into pieces, and a strong, icy aura was emitted from it. Beside the jade box, there were 3 jade slips. However, what made Ziyue feel incomparably pained was that 2 of the 3 jade slips seemed to have been affected by the invasion of the cold Qi and had already shattered. The last one was lucky enough to survive because it was further away from the jade box. However, judging from its dim luster and the fine cracks that were faintly visible, it was estimated that it would not be long before it suffered the same fate as the other 2. Several items were displayed together. Clearly, in the eyes of the middle-aged Taoist, these items were of equal importance. He hurriedly moved forward, and just as he was about to take the treasures, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw that on the stone platform, there was actually a line of words clearly engraved. This line of words was obviously engraved with a finger. Not only was it smooth and clear, the words were also graceful and lively, as if a calligraphy master had splashed ink on it, revealing his excellent writing skills. A letter left behind by Jiang Wudao. Ziyue's face couldn't help but turn solemn. He knew that this Jiang Wudao was the last sect leader of the immortal martial sect. From the looks of it, it was this middle-aged Taoist. I regret that in the past, my heart was filled with greed, vainly attempting to control the Emperor's authority. In the end, I was unable to withstand the surging power of the immortal martial sect and caused it to fall to its current state of withered destruction. Regret and remorse were useless. I left behind the immortal martial treasury, hoping that the fated one would be able to pass down my immortal martial inheritance, and not just empty words. After reading the entire letter, Ziyue once again contemplated the corpse of the Taoist and couldn't help but fall silent. From the introduction, only then did he know that when the immortal martial sect was at its peak, this Jiang Wudao was full of mettle and ambition. Coincidentally, at that time, the immortal martial empire had yet to be established. Hence, he decided to participate in the struggle for the emperor's authority. However, it was obvious that he failed. The struggle for the emperor's authority was the most dangerous. When the immortal martial empire was established, the founding emperor, Zhao Xuanwu, carried out a purge of the immortal martial sect. Very quickly, the mountain gate of the immortal martial sect was destroyed and all the disciples were massacred. Jiang Wudao was the sect leader of the immortal martial sect, and his strength was tyrannical. Even after suffering heavy injuries, he was still able to escape. However, at this time, he already knew that he didn't have much time left to live. He also wasn't willing to see the entire immortal martial sect perish because of him. Hence, when he left behind the inheritance of the immortal martial sect, he secretly sent out 12 pieces of golden paper, spreading the news of the immortal martial treasury on a small scale. As for himself, because his injuries were too severe, he passed away in meditation here. There were definitely some hidden secrets within, and it was hard to guess all of them. However, Ziyue also didn't want to waste his time and energy to investigate. What he valued the most was still the rewards he obtained from this trip. Hence, he shifted his gaze onto the stone platform. Interspatial pouch, jade box, jade slip. The first thing Ziyue did was to pick up the interspatial pouch and inspect it. As expected, there was a layer of sealing technique on top of it. It wasn't something he could undo in a short period of time. Hence, he casually kept it. Next was the jade box. Originally, there was a yellowed talisman on top of the jade box. Evidently, it was some sort of sealing talisman. However, at this moment, the sealing talisman had already lost its effect due to the passage of time. At this moment, there were still traces of cold Qi emitting from it. Ziyue picked up the jade box and carefully opened it. At the same time, when the cold Qi grew stronger, he also saw the item within. A demonic core. This was a demonic core that was only the size of a fist. However, even though this demonic core had dissipated over 100 years, the energy contained within it still far surpassed the demonic cores of the snake demons he had previously obtained. This is the demonic core of a sentient demon. Furthermore, the original owner of this demonic core was most likely a real flood dragon. Zu's face was solemn. However, very soon, a trace of regret appeared on his face. If this demonic core was still in good condition, it would naturally be extremely precious and could be considered a great treasure. It was even more precious than a top-grade Dharma artifact. However, at this moment, the energy within the demonic core had dissipated over 100 years. Its value had already decreased greatly. If one were to calculate it carefully, it might only be slightly better than the demonic core of the White Snake King. However, this demonic core is after all the demonic core of a sentient demon. Furthermore, its original form is a rare and powerful flood dragon. It can be considered a rare item. Zu thought for a moment and solemnly kept it. Finally, Zu's gaze landed on the 3 jade slips. 2 of them had already shattered due to the impact of the demonic core's energy dissipation, causing him great heartache. Therefore, Zu was extremely careful with the last one. His movements were gentle and meticulous. He was afraid that his actions would destroy it. After picking it up, he saw that the jade slips did not immediately shatter. His mind relaxed, and he hurriedly and carefully probed with his mind energy again. In an instant, the information within the jade slips flowed into his mind, following which the jade slips were like water droplets falling on hard rock. With a pa sound, they shattered. Immortal Martial Grand Palm. Zu slowly opened his eyes, a trace of shock appearing on his face. The Immortal Martial Grand Palm was one of the ultimate techniques of the Immortal Martial sect. It had the agility of immortal arts and the majesty of martial arts. It could be said to be extremely powerful. It's a pity that the other 2 jade slips have shattered. The more he understood the strength of the Immortal Martial Grand Palm, the more he felt regret in his heart. The 3 jade slips were obviously one of the ultimate techniques of the Immortal Martial sect. He guessed that one of them must be the Immortal Martial Grand Tao that countless martial artists yearn for even in their dreams. This Immortal Martial Grand Tao contained both the Immortal and Martial Grand Tao. When cultivated to a certain level, one could fuse the Immortal and Martial Grand Tao into one, allowing martial artists who did not have the talent to cultivate the Immortal Martial Grand Tao to be able to cultivate the Immortal Martial Grand Tao. It was known as the gospel of martial artists. Unfortunately, it was gone, after which Zu went to other places to search. In the spacious underground hall, there were naturally no treasures. But at the side of the hall, there were a few secret rooms. These secret rooms didn't require the golden book to open. With Zu's immense strength, he could easily open them. Very quickly, he found a large pile of weapons and armor in one of the secret rooms. Among them, there was no lack of famed swords and sabers. Some of them were even comparable to the divine black saber in Zu's hands. This was especially so for a set of armor. It was completely pitch black, and just by being placed there, it emitted an eerie aura that caused one's heart to tremble. Zu stretched out his hand and squeezed. A faint layer of black light flashed, blocking his strength. Although this armor is suitable for martial artists, it was forged using immortal arts. Obviously, this was something Jiang Wudao prepared for when he wanted to fight for the throne. In the end, he could only leave it here. Seems like I've benefited a lot from this, Zu said as he hurriedly kept the armor into his interspatial pouch. Although it wasn't a magic tool, this armor was incomparably hard. It could indeed be called a treasure armor. In addition, he also picked a few weapons that were of good quality and kept them well. The interspatial pouch had limited space, so he could only abandon most of the weapons and armor. Then, in another secret room, he found a chest full of gold and silver treasures. At first glance, there were more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. Similarly, he only picked a few to ensure that it was enough for his own use. Then, he walked to another stone room. The third stone room was filled with bags of food and other things. Among them, there was also some spirit rice, which was rarely seen by martial artists. However, after 300 years, the spirit rice had long become moldy and rotten, losing its function. An unpleasant smell wafted out as the stone room opened. Ua hurriedly closed the door again. The fourth stone room was filled with bookshelves. Ziyue approached excitedly, only to see that many of the books had already rotted and their original appearance couldn't be seen. After searching through the entire bookshelf, only some books made of brocade cloth, animal skin, and other materials that were resistant to corrosion were preserved. Ziyue didn't care if they were secret martial arts manuals or some cultivation theories. He put them all away. The last stone room was obviously Jiang Wudao's resting place. Apart from a stone bed, there was nothing else. Ziyue quickly left. Is this all? He muttered to himself for a moment. Suddenly, his gaze moved. Chapter 236. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Wudao's corpse. Perhaps it was out of habit, but when he received the storage pouch and other items, he naturally searched the corpse. Without a doubt, he didn't find anything. However, at this moment, a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. What exactly is this golden book? Ziyue flipped his hand, and the golden book formed by the fusion of the 12 golden papers immediately appeared in his hand. He had already tested it before, and the hardness of this golden book was astonishing. Moreover, regardless of whether it was internal energy or spiritual energy, even his mental energy couldn't cause the slightest change in the golden book. Therefore, he suspected that this golden paper was actually just an ordinary item. Although it was astonishingly hard, it wasn't a weapon, let alone a magical weapon, even if this golden book was indeed somewhat mysterious. However, when he opened the stone door through the golden book, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Spiritual energy fluctuation. In fact, when the 12 golden papers were formed, he had already felt this spiritual energy fluctuation. When the stone door opened, he once again felt this spiritual energy fluctuation. Obviously, this was a magical weapon, or even a spiritual weapon above magical weapons. However, regardless of whether it was a magical weapon or a spiritual weapon, it was a fact that he couldn't control it. Therefore, Ziyue guessed that this golden book either had an owner or it was incomplete. If the 12 golden papers had an owner, it would definitely be Jiang Wudao. However, he's already dead, and his soul imprint has already dissipated. After eliminating this possibility, there's only one possibility left. This golden book is incomplete. As Ziyue thought to himself, a spell immediately materialized. Spell, tracking spell. In an instant, a tracking mark was placed on the golden book without a sound. Without hesitation, Ziyue's mental energy surged and invaded the golden book. Buzz! In an instant, the tracking mark trembled slightly, and then vaguely, there seemed to be a layer of invisible fluctuation that spread out. As expected, my guess was right. Ziyue's mind trembled. Almost instantly, he felt the fluctuation of another aura that was of the same origin as the golden book. His position was above Jiang Wudao's corpse. However, I've already searched Jiang Wudao's body before, but I didn't find anything. Could it be? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly strode over to the middle-aged Taoist corpse and said in a low voice, "Excuse me." Following which, he brought the golden book closer to Jiang Wudao's corpse. Wong. There was a tremor. Following this, Ziyue sensed a golden ray entering the golden book with a flicker. Chi, chi, chi. In an instant, the golden book merged and changed, emitting a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, the golden book reappeared before his eyes. It doesn't seem to have changed much. While Ziyue was hesitating, he suddenly noticed that there was a horizontal bar at the edge of the golden book. It seemed to be the binding of the book. In that case, it looks even more like a book. However, if my guess is correct, the true name of this golden book should be the Heavenly Cycle Mirror. A strange light flashed in Ziyue's eyes. The Heavenly Cycle Mirror was the treasure of the immortal martial sect. It had the miraculous effect of sealing spells and evolving Tao arts. Although it was not like the Golden Light Sword or the seal of mountains and rivers that could be used to attack directly, the Heavenly Cycle Mirror was a spiritual weapon. Just this point alone made it incomparable to the Golden Light Sword and the seal of mountains and rivers. In terms of effect and miraculousness, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Perhaps I should have thought of it earlier. It's just that the appearance of the golden book and the name of the heavenly cycle mirror are really hard to associate. Zue mumbled to himself. In fact, he was extremely excited in his heart. The founder of the immortal martial sect, Taoist Chu Chun, was only at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. 7 disciples, either Xiantian or enlightened. How grand was that? It was said that they borrowed the power of the heavenly cycle mirror to evolve their spells and break through to the next level. In 500 years, the immortal martial sect rose from a sect that couldn't even be considered a bottom-tier sect to the level of a major immortal martial sect. They also relied on the ability of the heavenly cycle mirror to evolve spells. Ziyue's heart was in turmoil. It took a while for him to regain his senses. Then he carefully and solemnly kept it in his storage pouch. This time I've gained quite a lot. The gold-lined storage pouch, the demon dragon pellet, the great immortal martial palm, the protective armor, and the heavenly cycle mirror. They are all rare treasures. It's just that I don't have the most anticipated cultivation technique. Ziyue was overjoyed, but also disappointed. He originally had great expectations for this trip to the immortal martial treasure vault. His gains were indeed huge, even surpassing all his gains in the past. It's just that without a cultivation technique, his future cultivation would be another problem. There were cultivation techniques originally. At least among the jade slips, there was definitely one that recorded the immortal martial Dao completion technique. This immortal martial Dao completion technique allows one to cultivate both immortal martial Dao and martial Dao. Once I obtain it, regardless of whether I cultivate after the Xiantian martial Dao or after the aperture opening stage, I won't have any worries. But because of the dissipation of the demon dragon pellet, it was corroded and shattered. Even now, Ziyue's heart still ached when he thought about it. Now, the only thing I can look forward to is that storage pouch. Ziyue thought about the storage pouch that he kept, and his heart calmed down. However, his face didn't completely relax. According to my estimation, to open this storage pouch, I will need at least 10 days of hard work. Even if I have some expectations in my heart, I still have to prepare for the worst. So, what I should be thinking about now is the next step, cultivation technique. Even the Scorching Sun Gang didn't have a Xiantian cultivation technique. Otherwise, with his status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to copy it down. As for cultivation techniques, after the aperture opening stage, they were tightly sealed by the various sections. It would be difficult for the outside world to find them. In terms of Xiantian cultivation techniques, it should be relatively easier. It might be difficult to find them in a small place like Wujiang County, but in the Sky Spirit County, or even the capital of the Wu Kingdom, there will definitely be some. As for cultivation techniques, my purple Qi godly visualization technique has already reached the 9th level. Even if I have enough spiritual energy, it will be difficult to improve. So, to me, solving this problem is actually more urgent. The best choice is naturally to go to the swamp of the remote Cloud Mountain and join the Chuyang sect. From there, I will obtain the subsequent cultivation techniques of the purple Qi godly visualization technique. Ziyue thought to himself. Soon, a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. In the continuous range of mountains, a young man with a strong body and a somewhat mature-looking body was followed by a large black dog. He looked like he was in a hurry. Soon, the young man's expression relaxed. He quickly walked forward and walked into a dilapidated temple that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The young man was naturally Ziyue. Crack! At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed past, followed by the loud sound of thunder. Boom! The thunder rumbled as if the god of thunder was angry. Its power was more than twice as strong as the thunder spell that Ziyue used. After a while, only the sound of heavy rain could be heard. Soon, the mountains were covered in gray, and it was difficult to see clearly from 10 meters away. This rain will probably continue for the whole day. Ziyue turned around and looked at the sky. He shook his head and stepped into the dilapidated temple. The dilapidated temple was quite spacious inside. Apart from some debris that would be blown away by the wind and rain would fall, most of the place could be sheltered. Ziyue found a relatively clean place and sat down. The black puppy was very self-aware and lay down beside him. It was rare for it to be so quiet. It had been 5 days since he walked out of the immortal Martial Treasure Vault. During this period of time, Ziyue had determined the direction and had been crossing the continuous range of mountains. With the strength of his legs, he estimated that he had crossed hundreds of miles. Therefore, even he didn't know where he was at this moment. Coincidentally, dark clouds covered the sky, and he did not want to be baptized by the heavy rain. When he saw this dilapidated temple from afar, he naturally rushed over. While sitting, Ziyue did not idle. With a flip of his hand, a cloth banner appeared in his hand. Soul Gathering Banner. 3 days ago, Ziyue sensed that the demon core of the dragon monster had been releasing energy. Moreover, as time passed, the energy release became more and more. In just a few days, the already insufficient amount of energy had dissipated by 1/10 of the original amount. After thinking about it, Ziyue finally decided to use it, regardless of his reluctance. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the Soul Gathering Banner that was about to be eliminated by him. Previously, when he killed the 5th channel leader, he obtained the complete refining method of the Soul Gathering Banner from him. It recorded in detail how to fill in the materials and how to set up the restrictions. Finally, one could directly upgrade the Soul Gathering Banner to a high grade or even a top grade Dharma artifact. With the intention of giving it a try, Ziyue directly melted the demon core of the dragon monster into the Soul Gathering Banner. Unexpectedly, everything went smoothly. The demon core was completely integrated into the Soul Gathering Banner, causing the grade of the Dharma artifact to increase greatly. In the past 2 days, Ziyue had already carved a total of 12 restrictions. However, he had not reached the limit. Therefore, he naturally wanted to fill it up again. Perhaps he could really upgrade it to a high-grade Dharma artifact. Chapter 237. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Being in the wilderness, Ziyue did not dare to expend too much mental energy. Thus, after engraving another 6 restrictions, he stopped and rested. In this way, in addition to the 12 restrictions he had carved previously, the number of restrictions on the Soul Gathering flag had soared from the original 33 to 51. 51 restrictions. This is already considered a relatively powerful intermediate grade magic tool. It is only 3 restrictions away from reaching 54 and becoming a high-grade magic tool. Moreover, the carving of restrictions was still as easy as before. It had not reached the limit of the Dharma artifact's material. Obviously, it was not difficult to upgrade it to a high-level Dharma artifact. I just don't know if it can be upgraded to a top-level Dharma artifact in one go. Ziyue once again raised his expectations for the Soul Gathering flag. A top-level Dharma artifact contained an Earth Demon restriction. The power it could unleash far surpassed that of a high-level Dharma artifact. For example, the seal of mountains and rivers on his body. When it was used, it was as if mountains and rivers were falling. It was unstoppable and truly terrifying. Naturally, it made him look forward to it. Casually putting away the Soul Gathering flag, Ziyue took out the Zhou Tianyin spell mirror. The Zhou Tianyin spell mirror was a spirit artifact. Spirit artifacts were sentient and could be kept in one's body. Compared to a Dharma artifact, not only was it more powerful, but it was also much more convenient and faster. However, to refine it to the extent that it could be used was countless times more difficult than a Dharma artifact. After a few days, Ziyue had only managed to refine it preliminarily. It would still take a long time to refine it freely and keep the Zhou Tianyin spell mirror in one's body. However, he was not in a hurry. He would be able to refine it completely if he took a period of time every day. This also relied on painstaking effort. However, very quickly, Ziyue's hand paused, and he put away the Zhou Tianyin spell mirror again. He looked calmly in the direction of the door. This rain came too quickly and too heavily. In the wilderness, there's not even a place to hide from the rain. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this path. Old Lu, did you remember wrongly? We've been walking for an hour. We're here. We're here. Look, isn't that it? Hey, There's indeed a rundown temple. Everyone, let's go in quickly. Under the pouring rain, there was a faint sound of shouting. Then, a group of people could be seen pulling a carriage towards the dilapidated temple. Soon, a group of more than 10 people walked into the dilapidated temple with swords and sabers in their hands. Their bodies were dripping wet. When they saw Ziyue and the big black dog lying beside him, they were all stunned. Then, he stepped in without a care in the world. Behind them was a woman in purple clothes. However, her face was covered with a brocade cloth, revealing only a pair of bright and clear eyes. Perhaps because she had been sitting in the carriage all this time, the woman's body was not wet. First, clear out a clean place for Miss Ching to rest. A person who looked like a manager called out and politely greeted the purple-clad woman. Soon, 2 strong men cleaned up the ground under the statue. Following that, the others tore down the doors, windows, and other items in the dilapidated temple and set them on fire. Some of them even took off their clothes and wrung out a large handful of rainwater. Ziyue glanced at them without batting an eyelid. He could not help but feel a little strange. This group of people was obviously a group of escorts. Judging from the logo on the carriage outside, they seemed to be called the 4 Seas Escort Agency. These escorts were not weak. With Ziyue's eyesight, he could naturally tell that the weakest among them were martial artists who had refined their internal organs. The slightly stronger ones were at the peak of internal refinement. There were 3 who were above the realm of internal energy. The manager who spoke earlier seemed to be the leader of this group of escorts. He was also the strongest among the 3 of them. He was probably at the level of a third-rate master. However, the woman they were escorting gave Ziyue a very strange feeling. She seemed to be very strong, but also seemed to be weak. She was erratic and sometimes strong and sometimes weak. His heart shuddered. He naturally knew that this woman was not simple. In fact, he could tell at a glance that she did not fit in with this group of people from the 4 Seas Escort Agency. However, what puzzled him was why the other party was with the escort agency's people. Logically speaking, based on the aura he sensed, the strength of this woman in purple should be far superior to this group of escorts. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the woman in purple coughed softly. Vaguely, there seemed to be a wisp of blood chi. Was she injured? Ziyue finally understood. After that, he did not pay too much attention to her. In the wilderness, it was best not to pay too much attention to strangers who met by chance. With outsiders around, Ziyue naturally could not continue to refine the heavenly expansion spell mirror or destroy the restrictive power in the storage bag. Therefore, he quietly began to cultivate the protective technique, Golden Bell Shield. He had upgraded the Golden Bell Shield to the 5th level. Under complete control, he could naturally conceal his aura completely. In addition, the aura concealment technique was in effect at all times. Therefore, Ziyue's aura was concealed and did not attract attention. In addition to cultivating the Golden Bell Shield, Ziyue also focused on the cultivation of immortal techniques. A few days ago, he had upgraded the Purple Chi visualization technique to the 9th level. As the quantity of his spiritual power soared, the spiritual power in his body also turned into a mist and became extremely dense. Although this had greatly increased his strength, the 9th level of the Purple Chi visualization technique was the limit of this technique. Ziyue had perfected it, so there was no possibility of upgrading it again. He could only upgrade it again if he went to the Chaiyang sect and found the follow-up method or switched to other immortal techniques. However, there was another problem in front of him. It was a problem that he, or anyone who cultivated immortal techniques at the 9th level of the Chi refinement stage, had to face. That was breaking through to the enlightenment stage. The itinerant cultivator, Old Man Wu, had cultivated immortal techniques for more than 100 years. Other than the breakthrough elixir, the enlightenment elixir was difficult to find. He was not well prepared, but he still failed to break through to the next level and died. Although Bai Ziyue had the attribute panel, he was not confident that he would be able to pass this hurdle with the help of the attribute panel. After all, if he relied on spiritual power to upgrade, he first had to learn a certain technique. Not to mention that he did not have a technique for the enlightenment stage. Even if he did not have the corresponding realm. How could he learn it? Therefore, he estimated that he did not have much of an advantage over other cultivators when it came to the enlightenment stage. He soon recalled a special immortal art that he had acquired from the storage bag he was given. The 5 directions pure yuan technique. With the help of this technique, he could directly improve the purity of his spiritual power and approach that of an enlightenment stage cultivator. Not only could it improve his strength, but it could also increase the probability of his immortal techniques enlightening his apertures by 20 to 30%. The effect was already comparable to the breakthrough elixir or even the enlightenment elixir. However, after carefully studying it, he could not help but frown again. The 5 directions pure yuan technique was different from other immortal techniques. It required the power of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be cultivated, which was relatively more troublesome. Only with the help of treasures with the innate 5 elements can one ignite the 5 spiritual apertures and officially start cultivating the 5 directions pure yuan technique. A treasure that possesses the innate chi of the 5 elements and is divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's surely extremely precious and isn't so easy to find. Baiziwa pondered silently, feeling somewhat vexed. When he was in Wujiang County, he had actually considered this and had split his attention to look for it. However, whether it was the Scorching Sun Gang's treasury or asking Li Hun, Xiegut Song, and the others, he did not find anything. This was also one of the reasons why he was so anxious to leave Wujiang County as soon as possible. At this moment, Ziwa sensed that someone was approaching him. He could not help but open his eyes and ask indifferently, "What do you want?" That person jumped in fright, then revealed an indifferent smile and said, "Little brother, did you come alone? What's the matter?" Ziwa's voice was cold. He had already sensed that this person was harboring some malicious intent. After the heavy rain, our dry rations are all wet. In addition, we have been living in the open for more than 10 days and have not eaten meat much, so we want to buy your dog to eat a hot one. That person's mouth opened, and he said with a smile, "Look, how about 10 taels of silver? Your dog is only a little sturdy. In the city, it is worth at most 5 taels." The little black dog that was originally lying next to Baiziwa seemed to have heard this person's words and suddenly became alert. It immediately woke up and bared its teeth, letting out a threatening growl. The brawny man did not care and looked calm and unruffled. He faintly revealed the long saber at his waist. Naturally, he could see that this black dog was mysterious and knew that it was a strange beast. But so what? As a martial artist, how many strange beasts had he eaten? It just so happened that his internal cultivation was at a critical moment, and he needed sufficient chi and blood to stabilize it. In the wilderness, there were many kinds of wild beasts, but strange beasts with sufficient chi and blood like this black dog were not everywhere. That was why he had the idea to slaughter this black dog and use it as a resource for his own advancement. Not for sale. Baiziwa lifted his head slightly and said in a calm tone, "Are you sure?" He raised his voice slightly, but his tone was filled with a frightening chill. He said, "Do you know the consequences of rejecting us?" As soon as his voice fell, a few burly men beside the bonfire stood up and casually picked up their weapons. "Oh, what consequences?" Baiziwa stood up slowly with a cold look in his eyes. He did not want to cause trouble, but some people just had to seek their own deaths. At this moment, the black puppy's entire body tensed up, looking like it was ready to attack. As long as Ziwa gave the order, it would immediately rush forward and tear this person who dared to suggest eating its meat into pieces. Not far away, a few people from the Four Seas escort agency who were above the internal energy realm glanced at them. They did not seem to care and instead looked like they were watching a show. Chapter 238. Stop! At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Stand down." Not far away, the purple-clothed woman spoke up. As she spoke, she coughed once again, causing her somewhat cold and stern aura to weaken a little. The escort seemed to be afraid of the woman in purple. After hesitating for a while, he still obeyed her order and retreated. However, he seemed to be unwilling to give up and said, "Consider yourself lucky." However, even though he wanted to retreat, the black puppy was unwilling to let him go. How could he let him off so easily when he wanted to eat Lord Dog's meat? Oh, the black puppy roared angrily and dashed forward. "You're courting death." The man's expression changed. He immediately swung his long saber. This was the instant saber slash, which he had practiced for many years. When he swung his saber, it was extremely fast. At this moment, there was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. He could only retreat unwillingly because of the woman in purple's call. Now that the black puppy had charged at him, he could not be blamed for it. It was a good opportunity to kill it and eat its meat. At this moment, the black puppy opened its mouth wide. As its throat moved, it seemed to be brewing something. The moment the saber light was about to land on its body, a pale white light shot out. A soft sound of surprise came from the woman in purple. Swish! The pale white light landed directly on the long saber in his hand, and his swift saber immediately stopped. Then, the black puppy dashed forward and landed in front of him. Its paw slapped him hard. Smack! He immediately felt half of his shoulder go numb. His body flew out and landed a few meters away. Just as he was about to get up, his vision turned black. The black puppy's body was on top of him. Its sharp paw was right in front of his neck. He was so frightened that he did not dare to move. The scene fell silent. They were also stunned. They did not expect their escort expert to be subdued by a big dog in the blink of an eye. Even if the big dog was a strange beast, Old Lou was a martial artist who had perfected internal refinement. Little brother, let's talk nicely. Tell your dog not to be impulsive." Immediately after, a middle-aged warrior in the escort agency said in a somewhat hoarse voice. At this moment, the bodyguards who were at least inner force realm came closer. One of them said, "We have offended you before. Please forgive us. Can you release Old Lou first?" When the little black dog heard this, its doggy mouth opened and its doggy eyes glanced at these people from the corner of its eyes, clearly revealing a look of disdain. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Then, he looked at Ziyue, as if he had decided to let him make the decision. "Come back." Ziyue pondered for a moment. Although that person's words were a little overboard and his actions were threatening, he was stopped after all. He couldn't really let the little black dog kill that person. When the little black dog heard that, it gave a low growl and looked at the person on the ground with disdain. It then moved its paw away and ran happily to Ziyue's side. Escort leader Zhang. Old Lou came to the middle-aged manager in shame and anger, but was stopped by the escort leader with a wave of his hand. "How should I address you, little brother? Where are you from?" Escort leader Zhang asked curiously. "We just met by chance. You don't have to ask so much. If you want to find out my background and do something to me, I don't mind playing along. I just don't know if you can bear the consequences." Ziyue glanced at that person indifferently and didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. He then returned to his original spot. "Little brother, you must be joking, haha. You must be joking." Escort leader Zhang's eyes narrowed as anger flashed in his eyes. Although he kept talking, he didn't dare to probe further. Ziyue naturally ignored him. His gaze silently swept in the direction of the lady in purple. When she spoke just now, she faintly revealed a trace of qi, which made him somewhat suspicious. However, after thinking about it, he resisted the urge to use the spiritual eye technique to probe further. Due to the previous conflict, the atmosphere in the dilapidated temple could not help but become a little strange. Ziyue was not worried at all. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. Whether it was the people from the escort agency or the mysterious lady in purple, he was not afraid at all. Therefore, Ziyue soon immersed himself in his cultivation again, as if he was ignorant and fearless. The heavy rain poured down as if it would never stop. Unknowingly, the sky had completely darkened. Suddenly, Ziyue opened his eyes slightly, and a strange look appeared on his face. His mental power was strong, and his spiritual sense was naturally sharp. He had already sensed that there was an unusual qi outside the dilapidated temple. It seemed to be yin qi, but it didn't seem like it. It gave off an evil feeling. Suddenly, he was slightly startled when he noticed that someone was looking at him. He followed the gaze and saw that it was from the lady in purple. Evidently, she had also sensed that something was amiss. All of a sudden, a shrill scream was heard. Then, the voice instantly weakened until it disappeared. What's going on? Whose scream was that? Almost in an instant, the people from the escort agency who were drowsy woke up with a start. Old Lou is gone. One of them suddenly said. Old Lou said that he was going out to relieve himself. But not long after, we heard his scream. Instantly, everyone was horrified and instinctively looked in Ziyue's direction. When they saw that he and the big black dog were sitting where they were, their faces relaxed, but then tensed up. If it wasn't them, then who was it? Shall we go out and take a look? One of them suggested, but he did not move at all. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared outside the door. His movements seemed to be a little stiff as he walked towards them. It's Old Lou. The person who spoke earlier seemed to be relieved. He was the closest to Old Lou, and now that he saw him return, he instinctively went up to him. Be careful. That stiff body dashed out like a ghost at this moment and instantly closed in on that person. Its thick claws viciously clawed at him. He screamed and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, a flash of sword light pierced through Old Lou's heart. It was one of the younger ones among the 3 inner energy warriors of the Four Seas escort agency who had made a move. This sword was swift and fierce, showing that he was an extremely skilled swordsman. Roar! Old Lou let out a low growl like a beast. His heart was pierced, but he did not seem to be affected at all. He moved his claws horizontally, and with a rip, a deep claw mark appeared on the young man's body. Damn it! The young man's expression changed drastically. He slashed with his sword and activated his inner energy. A flash of sword light could be seen, and it quickly sliced through the air. Old Lou's head immediately flew into the air. A thick stream of black blood spurted out. The young swordsman's face was pale. He looked at his wound, and a rotten stench was emitted from it. Corpse poison. With a low growl, he hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from his chest. He did not have time to pour out the contents. He directly crushed it, grabbed the pill inside, and swallowed it. At this point, he still felt that it was not safe. He took out a small knife from his waist and directly cut off a large piece of flesh from his wound. As for his aura, it also became extremely dispirited. Look, there's so many more. Everyone looked over. Suddenly, there were dozens of figures that looked like Old Lou's around the ruined temple. Those silhouettes had the appearance of humans, but many of them had the appearance of wild beasts and mutated beasts. They all had a strange aura. When they took a step, they were neither fast nor slow, but they always seemed a little stiff. Be careful. These are all puppets controlled by the mandrill. The mandrill has the ability to transfer souls. It is very likely that it is hiding in these puppets. Escort leader Zhang was very knowledgeable and had heard of the legends of the mandrill. He immediately said, Mandrill? Ziyue could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Roar! One by one, the puppets rushed toward them. Although their movements were a little stiff, after the mandrill's control and transformation, their strength and speed seemed to have increased. Even ordinary wild beasts could exert strength comparable to that of an internal refinement martial artist. Don't get hurt by them. Chop off their heads. Escort leader Zhang immediately rushed out. With a flash of his knife, he took the lead and chopped off the head of a bear that had rushed to the front. The others also formed groups of 3 to 5 and attacked one after another. Their strength was not weak, and with their cooperation, they had the advantage. Soon, several puppets were killed on the spot. Ziyue hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward as well. Behind a mountain temple was a mountain rock. The only way out was ahead. If these escorts died, he would inevitably have to face these puppets, and even the mandrill in the end. He naturally knew what to do. Like a phantom, Ziyue quickly approached a puppet. With a flash of his long knife, he directly chopped down. Puff! One of the corpse puppets was directly cut into two halves. Then, with another sweep of his saber, another zombie puppet was cut in half at the waist. Chapter 239. The bodies of the puppets were stiff, and their every move seemed to be stagnant. Therefore, no matter how fast and powerful they were, other than the young swordsman, who was at a disadvantage because he did not understand their characteristics, the others quickly suppressed them. More than 10 corpses of the puppets immediately lay on the ground. At this moment, a skinny figure that looked like an ape rushed out from the group of puppets like a ghost. A martial artist at the peak of inner refinement had just killed a puppet when the figure approached him and stabbed its hand into his heart like a sharp knife. The faintly beating heart was immediately pulled out by it and then violently crushed. In the next moment, it disappeared again and appeared beside another martial artist. Just as it was about to repeat the same trick, a wide and thick broadsword slashed down. Clang! The figure paused for a moment and retreated without success. However, escort leader Zhang, who had slashed with his broadsword, looked extremely gloomy. What a strong defense! His heart couldn't help but sink. He had long known that the Pishio would hide among this group of zombies, so he had always kept a portion of his strength and was extremely vigilant. He immediately closed in when the mandrill attacked. He could not save the first person in time, but he managed to save the second person. He had used all his strength in that slash. However, he could not even cut through the mandrill's skin, let alone cut off its arm. That feeling of a blunt knife cutting into an incomparably hard rotten would cause him to be incomparably shocked. A wave of fear involuntarily emerged from the depths of his heart. Roar! With a roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell, the mandrill's eyes flashed red. Its figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Escort leader Zhang's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively swung his broadsword to the side. Clang! The mandrill's skinny arm seemed to be condensed with an unimaginable power. Not only was its defense unparalleled, but there was also a terrifying force gushing out. Although he managed to block the attack, the force of the attack still caused him to involuntarily slide backwards. Clang! 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 Escort leader Zhang tried his best to block the attack, but he was extremely anxious and desperate. The mandrill's strength was far beyond his expectations. Even if it was not as strong as a second-rate martial artist, it was not much weaker than a peak third-rate martial artist. As for him, he was only a beginner third-rate martial artist who had barely opened 4 meridians. Suddenly, he felt his long saber stop. He glanced around and immediately realized that a cheetah-like zombie had pounced on him and used its body to block his saber. Oh no! Suddenly, his expression changed. He happened to see the mandrill's ghostly figure rapidly approaching. Its skinny but hard arms and long, knife-like claws had already silently pierced towards him. The internal energy protecting his body shattered the moment it came into contact with the claws. The hard claws carried an incomparably cold aura as they pierced towards his heart. The cold aura that faintly surged into his heart caused his heart to suddenly stop. It's over. Escort leader Zhang's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, a saber light flashed past without a sound. Poof! The ferocious and terrifying head that looked like an ape flew into the sky and fell to the side. Even if the mandrill was strange and powerful, it could not escape death with its head cut off. It fell to the ground with a thud. I'm saved. Escort leader Zhang was overjoyed when he felt the claws, which were emitting endless coldness in his chest, suddenly stop moving. He quickly looked at the person who saved him, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's him. He did not expect that the person who saved him would be the young man from before. Immediately after, the thoughts in his mind churned violently, and he was extremely shocked. It was precisely because he had fought with the mandrill that he knew how powerful it was. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the mandrill. However, the young man in front of him only needed one strike to kill it. Just one slash. Just one slash. After one slash, the mandrel's skin that even he could not break was cut open, and its head was sent flying. One could only imagine how powerful that slash was. A peak third-rate expert or a second-rate expert? Even if he could see that the long saber in the young man's hand was unusual, it did not stop him from coming to this conclusion. He felt extremely bitter when he thought about how he had underestimated and tested the young man before. Thank goodness Miss Ching stopped us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to wait until now to face the mandrill if we had a conflict with him. Thank you, little senior, for saving me. Otherwise, my old bones would have died here. At the thought of this, escort leader Zhang hurriedly spoke with reverence and respect on his face. It's nothing. Ziyue shook his head and did not take it to heart. Although the mandrill was powerful, it was at most comparable to a second-rate expert. With his means, it would be easy to deal with it, so he did not take it to heart. As the mandrill died, the zombies under its control seemed to have lost their spirit. They instantly became dull and weak, and their strength was greatly reduced. Soon, they were killed by the others. After that, the people from the escort agency looked at Ziyue with complicated gazes. They were filled with awe, respect, fear, and anxiety. How should I address you, senior? My name is Zhang Zhen, and I'm currently an escort leader of the Four Seas Escort Agency. Our Four Seas Escort Agency is located in the East City County, and our head escort is the invincible Iron Fist Wang Zheng. He's quite famous in the Jianghu. What happened before was indeed a little inappropriate on our side. I apologize to you once again. I hope that you can be magnanimous enough to forgive us. Zhang Zhen hurriedly approached and said respectfully, East City County? Ziyue raised his eyebrows and asked, How far is the East City County from here? As for what happened before, that person is already dead. I don't need to pursue it. We're currently in the North River Town area of Tianshui County. If we want to get to the East City County, it'll take at least 10 days. If we're slow, it'll take at least a month. Coincidentally, we're planning to return to the East City County. If you don't mind, we have an empty carriage here. It'll save you the trouble of being exposed to the sun and rain. Zhang Zhen hurriedly explained. Forget it. You just have to tell me which direction is the East City County. Ziyue pondered for a moment and looked at the ruined temple. Even though the situation was critical, the purple-clothed woman did not move at all. He had some misgivings about this mysterious purple-clothed woman. Her strength was one thing, but the reason why she was injured and whether it would cause unnecessary trouble was another. Actually, you don't have to worry. Although the person who injured me is not dead, his injuries are not much lighter than mine. As long as we can reach the East City County within 10 days, there won't be any problems. Also, the reason why I didn't do anything was not because I wanted to leave him in the lurch, but because if I did, my aura would definitely leak out, and it would cause even more trouble. The appearance of the mandrill was not without this reason. At this moment, the purple-clothed woman suddenly spoke. Is that so? What does that have to do with me? Ziyue's tone was calm, but he could not help but feel surprised. Why would an existence like the mandrill make a move if he made a move? I hope you can come with us. As long as you can safely send me to the East City County, I will definitely give you a reward that will definitely satisfy you. What do you think? The purple-clothed woman replied softly. A reward that will satisfy me? I'm not interested in ordinary things. Ziyue shrugged and said indifferently, If I'm not wrong, your strength should have reached the peak of a second-rate expert. That's not bad. It's indeed difficult for ordinary things to tempt you. So what do you think of the Xiantian pill? The purple-clothed woman's cold voice sounded. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone's breathing couldn't help but quicken. As martial artists, they naturally knew how precious the Xiantian pill was. It was definitely something that countless people dreamed of, especially those first-rate experts who could not find a chance to break through to the Xiantian realm. But then, everyone looked at Ziyue with a trace of shock. Second-rate expert or peak? They had already guessed that Ziyue's strength was not low, and that he was at least at the peak of a third-rate expert. He might even be a second-rate expert. But now, They had received confirmation from the purple-clothed woman, and that her true strength was far beyond their expectations. This made them extremely shocked. How was this possible? Looking at the other party's face, he really wasn't that old. Could it be that she had cultivated a special cultivation technique that allowed her to regain her youth? Ziyue's pupils also shrank, revealing a trace of surprise. He was surprised that she could see through his strength, and even more shocked that she had a Shinto pill. He did not know whether she had already seen through his strength as a peak second-rate expert, or because his aura leaked when he killed the mandrill. After thinking about it, he guessed that it was the latter. Otherwise, she should have been able to see that he was hiding the spiritual aura unique to cultivators. But soon, he restrained his expression and said seriously, "Do you really have a Shinto pill?" "I don't have it, but when we reach the East City County, I will definitely have it if I want it." The purple-clothed woman's tone was calm, and there was an unquestionable tone. "How can you prove it?" However, Bai Ziyue was unmoved. The Shinto pill could help first-rate experts to break through to the Shinto realm. For martial artists, it was no less precious than the breakthrough pill and the orifice awakening pill. Naturally, he valued it. If it was just empty talk, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? "I can't prove it." The purple-clothed woman shook her head, pondered for a moment, and said, "But I have the purple gold token of the East City County's Qin clan. It should be enough to prove it." Chapter 240. The Chun clan from the Chun clan of the Eastern City County? Zhang Jin couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the lady in purple nodding her head, he quickly explained, "The Chun clan is the #1 clan in the East City County. The daughter of the Chun clan's patriarch has been conferred the title of Empress of the Martial Kingdom. As for the badges of the Chun clan, they are divided into 4 grades: violet gold, gold, copper, and iron. The violet gold is the most precious of the 4. It's said that you can request something from the Chun clan with the badge. Judging from the grade of the violet gold badge, it's not difficult to ask for a Shinto pill from the Chun clan. What do you think?" The purple-robed woman continued, "If you're still worried, you can keep the purple gold token for the time being." With these words, she threw out a palm-sized, violet golden command medallion that was faintly sealed with a special spiritual aura. She didn't even see how she did it. An interspatial pouch? Ziyue's eyes flickered as he finally confirmed the lady's identity. She was indeed an immortal cultivator. However, he was not sure how strong she was. Putting aside his doubts, Ziyue received the violet gold badge and said, "Since you're so generous, I won't be unreasonable. I'll accept the task." Even though he knew that there would definitely be a certain amount of danger, he was still extremely confident in his own strength. As long as it wasn't a Shinto realm or an immortal cultivator, he was confident that he could handle it. Not to mention, the Shinto pill was indeed tempting to him. Although he was only a second-rated expert, he was confident that he could reach the peak of the first-rated expert in a short period of time. The Shinto pill was something he needed to break through to the Shinto realm. On an official road, 3 carriages were lined up in a row, surrounded by a group of more than 10 people on tall horses. This group belonged to the 4 Seas escort agency, where Ziyue and the others were at. The carriage at the very front was filled with some fur goods, and it was guarded by the escort leader of the 4 Seas escort agency, Zhang Jin. The immortal spell cultivator sat alone in the carriage at the back, and Bai Ziyue sat in the last carriage. It had been 3 days since the night of the heavy rain. These 3 days were calm and peaceful, and the journey was smooth. Not even bandits had appeared. As such, Bai Ziyue gradually relaxed and focused his attention on his own cultivation. Because of the purple-clothed woman, he decided to be careful and hide the fact that he was also an immortal cultivator for the time being. Therefore, even though the soul converging flag was only 4 restrictions away from upgrading from a middle-grade magic tool to a high-grade magic tool, he could only put it aside for the time being. However, unlike inscribing restrictions that required him to draw upon the spiritual energy within his body, erasing the restriction on the storage bag required his mental strength. As such, he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the purple-robed woman. Therefore, in his free time, he would spend most of his time trying to destroy the sealing power on the storage bag. Over the past few days, he had made good progress. Even if this storage pouch he obtained from the Immortal Martial Treasury was much better than the one he was currently using, its sealing power was also much stronger. However, his mental strength was also much stronger than before. Therefore, the speed at which he was destroying the sealing power within was much faster. He estimated that it would only take him a day or two to completely erase the sealing force inside it. Then, he would be able to open the storage bag. I hope that the things inside will surprise me. Ziyue couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart. Apart from destroying the sealing power within the storage bag, he naturally didn't give up on his own cultivation. His protective technique, the Golden Bell Shield, was constantly circulating at high speed. Although the improvement wasn't great with each circulation, there would always be some improvement over the years. Currently, he could already feel that he wasn't far from stepping into the 6th layer of the Golden Bell Shield. Of course, this was due to the increase in his status panel, which had directly raised this technique to the peak of the 5th layer. However, his tireless cultivation during this period of time was also one of the reasons. Apart from the Golden Bell Shield, Ziyue's most important cultivation was the Violet Kingdom Creation Art. The Violet Kingdom Creation Art had a total of 4 chapters. They were the Internal Strength chapter, the 12 Standard Meridians chapter, the 8 Extraordinary Meridians chapter, and the final chapter, the Purple Chi Creation chapter. The cultivation of the previous 3 chapters was for accumulating internal strength and unblocking the 12 Standard Meridians and 8 Extraordinary Meridians. As for the Purple Chi Creation chapter, it was a type of integration. Using the internal strength as a route, it would pass through the 12 Standard Meridians and 8 Extraordinary Meridians, forming a complete circulation route. When the internal strength was complete and endless, that was when a first-rate expert reached the peak. Ziyue had originally thought that this would be a rather simple matter. However, when he actually followed the circulation route to cultivate, he discovered that it wasn't simple at all. The 12 Standard Meridians and 8 Extraordinary Meridians were actually all single meridians that weren't completely connected. Only by using some relatively small meridians in the middle could they be connected. If he wanted to cultivate according to the circulation route, he first needed to further unblock those small meridians. This was actually a process that required a lot of energy and thought. After a few days, he had only barely managed to connect 2 of the 12 Standard Meridians, the hand's 3 E-Meridians, together. Only when all the Standard Meridians and Extraordinary Meridians are completely connected and my internal strength is completely circulated according to the circulation route can I be considered to have broken through the level of a second-rate expert and stepped into the ranks of a first-rate expert. Based on this speed, it would take at least 3 to 4 months to go from the peak of a second-rate expert to a first-rate expert. As Ziyue thought to himself, his gaze once again fell on his attribute panel. Optimizing data, please wait a moment. As expected, the upgrade this time also required a certain amount of time. Their current progress was only 30% of the total. Based on this calculation, he still needed 15 days. There are still 15 days before the attribute panel will be officially upgraded. During this period of time, I can only rely on myself to cultivate. Ziyue squinted his eyes and quickly calmed down. Although he wasn't used to it, he wouldn't overly rely on it. To him, cultivation was already a habit. Even with the assistance of the attribute panel, he wouldn't give up on self-cultivation. Be careful, there's an enemy. Immediately after, the advancing carriage suddenly braked and stopped abruptly. Ziyue's body leaned forward violently, and then he relied on his strong control to stop. The black puppy lying at the side swung its body violently and slid out of the carriage, quickly falling out. What's going on? Ziyue leaped out of the carriage and heard Zhang Zhun's voice from afar. He said heroically, "It's just a group of ordinary bandits. Mr. Bai doesn't have to do anything this time. We'll be enough." Immediately after, he let out a long howl and quickly rushed to the group of bandits in front of him. There were more than 20 of them in this group of bandits. The strongest among them was only a martial artist at the peak of internal refinement. Against a third-rate expert like Zhang Zhen and a group of martial artists who were at least internal refinement, they were no match at all. Soon, one of them shouted, "Retreat." Then, leaving behind 7 to 8 corpses, they retreated to the top of the mountain at an even faster speed. Haha, a group of small thieves dare to rob Grandpa Zhang of his escort? Don't you know about the reputation of the Four Seas escort agency? Zhang Zhen laughed as he returned with a carefree look on his face. The others were also immensely pleased with themselves. The journey of escorting an escort was actually quite depressing. It was also not an easy thing to ride a horse to hasten the journey. They were naturally happy to have such weak bandits to loosen up their muscles and relax for a while. Ziyue glanced at the bandits who were fleeing quickly and frowned slightly. The Four Seas escort agency should be quite famous in the surrounding area, right? Ziyue suddenly asked. That's right. Our head escort, the invincible Iron Fist Wang Zheng, is a true first-rate expert. He's a well-known figure in the vicinity of the East City County. Now, this area still belongs to the Tianshui County, but it's not far from the East City County. In addition, the Four Seas escort agency escorts people all over the world, so we're quite famous. Even the average martial arts expert would have to give some face to him. Zhang Zhen spoke eloquently. Suddenly, his expression changed and his heart skipped a beat. He asked, Mr. Bai, are you saying that there's something wrong with this group of bandits? After thinking carefully, he did feel that something was not right. Their momentum was not fast, especially those bandits who had reached the inner refinement state and above. They were obviously lagging behind the rest. After they attacked, the speed of their defeat was a little too fast. They retreated as soon as they came into contact with the bandits. The speed of their escape was much faster than when they had charged up. Previously, he thought that it was because his group was stronger, but now that he thought about it, it was obviously not right. We don't have anything valuable in our carriages, Linley said. As Ziyue spoke, he looked faintly at the top of the mountain. There's only some animal skins in my carriage. They're worth at most a few hundred taels of silver. Damn it, we've been targeted. This group of people is obviously here to sound us out. Zhang Zhen's mind raced, and he quickly figured it out. It was only worth a few hundred taels of silver. In a situation where they were all martial arts experts, it was simply not worth the risk. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with this group of bandits. Chapter 241. It doesn't matter if there's a problem with them. We can't stay here any longer. Ziyue glanced at the carriage in the middle as he spoke. He could vaguely see the purple-clad lady sitting in the carriage, unmoved. Since it was not convenient for him to criticize her, he quickly returned to the carriage. On the other hand, Zhang Zhen began to ask everyone to get on their horses and speed up. After traveling for a short distance, Zhang Zhen rode a horse and approached Ziyue. He said, Master Bai, the Langyi Valley is not far ahead. It's a canyon path that's more than 10 miles long. Usually, there would be bandits gathering in such a place. In the past, with the Four Seas escort agency's reputation, they would always give us some face and let us pass smoothly. However, I don't think we can do it this time. It's not that easy to pass. Through the previous encounter, he naturally knew that the true target of this group of bandits was very likely Miss Qing, who was on the carriage in the middle. Although he did not know the other party's identity and who he had offended, he had to complete the mission even if he had to kneel. Most importantly, it was difficult for him to reject the other party's offer, and he did not want to reject it. Now that he vaguely guessed the other party was a celestial master, he did not dare to reject the offer. Therefore, he only hoped to complete this mission as soon as possible and return to the East City County. Ziyue flipped over slightly and climbed up to the top of the carriage. He discovered the path was straight and wide enough for 3 carriages to travel side by side. However, there were intersecting ridges and cliffs on both sides of the path that resembled the fangs of a wolf. In such a place, as long as someone was prepared in advance with a bow and arrow or prepare a mountain rock, it would be enough to severely injure anyone who walked on this path. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, Is there another path? Yes, but to pass through it, we'll have to travel another 30 miles. Zhang Jin nodded and said with a frown, Moreover, it's a mountain path, and the carriage won't be able to pass through. What did Miss Qing say? Ziyu asked. She said she believes in your strength, Zhang Jin replied. Did this mean that he didn't want to give up on the carriage? Zhu muttered in his heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth, someone suddenly approached him and said, We can't make the mountain path anymore. There was a heavy downpour a while ago, and a large part of the mountain slid down. Our men can go over, but the horses definitely won't be able to. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. That's great. Let's just take this official road. Zhang Jun was taken aback. Then, he said heroically, Actually, even if there are bandits in Langya Valley, it might be difficult for ordinary people. However, for martial artists like us, it's nothing. It doesn't matter if it's an arrow or a falling rock. With our skills, we can easily dodge it. The only thing he was worried about was the strength of the bandits. However, as far as I know, the strongest group of bandits in the vicinity of Langya Valley is the Black Wind Stronghold. Their leader's name is unknown, but his nickname is Black Whirlwind. His strength is only a third-rate expert, comparable to mine. Second Bandit Chief, Third Bandit Chief, and Fourth Bandit Chief were all in the realm of inner strength. The others were not enough to be a threat. At least, with Mr. Bai's strength, it's enough to crush them. Ziyue pondered for a while and nodded. He said, All right, but we have to be fast. We have to rush through the valley in the shortest time possible. If necessary, we can abandon the carriages and horses. Okay, Zhang Jun replied and started to give out orders. Soon, a group of more than 10 people rode their horses and surrounded the two sides of the 3 carriages. Then, they raised their horsewhips. Dong, dong, dong. The strong horse suddenly sped up and rushed into the Langya Valley. Langya Valley was connected to Tianshui County and Dongshan County. Although it wasn't a necessary route, it was still an important one. There were many bandits in the valley. The Black Wind Stronghold was one of the strongest. At the end of Langya Valley, there was a steep area. It was quiet, but in a slightly sunken open space, a group of almost 100 bandits gathered. It was a huge black mass. Old Chang and the others are back. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Then, a group of more than 10 people quickly approached. Some of them were injured. Old Chang, how is it? A big man with a face full of whiskers and a face that was tanned by the sun came up and asked, Leader, this group of people isn't weak. There should be 3 of them who have reached the inner energy realm. The others are all in the inner refining realm. This time we sent out 20 people, but only about 10 came back. The others are all dead. Also, I noticed that they have a total of 3 carriages. In one of them, there's a woman in purple clothes. If I'm not wrong, she's our target this time. As for the other 2 carriages, one of them has some beast skins. The inner energy realm martial artists are sitting in that carriage. In the other carriage, there's a person who looks like a teenager. There's a big dog beside him. It should be a strange beast. I think his identity is quite noble. But this kind of person is young, so his strength must be weak. I think he's at most in the inner refining realm. There's nothing to worry about. Old Chang cupped his hands and said, Leader, what's the identity of that woman? Is it worth it for our Black Wind Stronghold to come out in full force? Also, the people on the opposite mountain aren't simple. They're all armed with bows and arrows. Could they be soldiers? A person with a strong aura suddenly asked. Every movement had a special aura. He was clearly an expert in the inner energy realm or above. Naturally, she's not an ordinary person. It's said that she's an immortal cultivator. But you don't need to be too nervous. I received news that she's already heavily injured and can't use much of her strength. Also, this matter was sent by Mount Chilian. Tell me, do you think I'd dare to not do it? Moreover, the reward from Mount Chilian isn't low. It's enough for all of us to eat and drink for half a year. The leader patted the shoulder of the person who spoke and said, Mount Chilian's orders? That person glared and immediately nodded gravely. He knew that Mount Chilian was one of the top mountains in the martial country. It was said that there was a legendary Xiantian overseeing it. In front of Qilian Shan, their Blackwind stronghold was truly like an ant that could be crushed with a wave of his hand. With the strength of their leader, He Xianfeng, he didn't have the courage to refuse the other party's request. As for the other side, they're not soldiers. They should be bandits like us. However, they're from the Plain District. He Xianfeng, the chief of the stronghold, continued. Plain District? 18 Eagle Kings? Old Chang also revealed a shocked expression when he heard this. He said, "This is a group of fierce people. There are only 18 of them, but each of them has the ability to shoot an Eagle King from 800 meters away. Also, it's said that these 18 people all have the strength of Inner Energy Realm or above. Among them, the Heavenly Eagle King is said to have reached the level of a second-rate expert. I just saw that there are 18 of them, no more and no less. Doesn't this mean that they're also coming out in full force?" He Xianfeng nodded gravely and said, "This time, the main force is on their side. We're just cooperating with them. Relatively speaking, it's quite easy." Report. At this moment, a skinny figure quickly walked over. "Speak. The carriage is coming. It'll pass by us in less than half an instance's time." "Good. Tell the brothers to get ready. Also, raise the flag so that the other side will be on guard," He Xianfeng said excitedly. Immediately, everyone began to prepare. The horses galloped and rumbled in the valley. Ziwa didn't sit comfortably in the carriage. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the top of the carriage and glanced at the peaks on both sides. "We'll be out of the valley in another 3 li. It seems that our previous worries were unnecessary. The Blackwind stronghold won't dare to make a move against us." One of the men from the escort agency let out a sigh of relief and said proudly, "Be careful. There's an ambush." Ziyue's eyes were sharp. Even from far away, he could faintly see the figures on the 2 peaks in front of them. "Hurry up and pass through as soon as possible," Zhang Jun roared. Although he hadn't found any traces of the bandits, he chose to believe them without hesitation. Everyone's hearts could not help but tighten. They hurriedly swung the reins, causing the already extremely fast horse's speed to increase by a large margin. Ziyue's eyes were deep, and his breathing became extremely calm. He thought that he would be nervous, but in fact he wasn't. He only felt that his qi and blood, which was originally calm, gradually became turbulent. Then it became agitated as if his blood was boiling. He didn't even think of hiding it. A strong qi and blood rolled up like smoke signals. The tyrannical aura of a powerhouse was emitted. It was truly a majestic feeling. Carefree. Compared to Qinghe Town, he always wore a mask in Wujiang County and carefully hid his strength. Even if he had the strength to crush countless people, he didn't dare to reveal it. At this moment, he only felt carefree. Perhaps this was the true pursuit of a martial artist, the hot-blooded pugilistic world. "Kill!" Ziyue let out a long roar. Instantly, a sense of heroism rose in his heart. He suddenly jumped off the horse. His inner strength surged as he performed the 7 stars chasing the moonlightness skill. He quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. Mr. Bai Zhangzhen was shocked. "Don't worry, I'll kill my way out from here." An indifferent voice was heard, and Bai Ziyue's figure had already shot out. His speed was more than twice as fast as that of a horse. You're courting death." On the mountain, a group of 18 people had sharp gazes like eagles. When the leader saw this, a cold expression appeared on his face. He casually took out an arrow and placed it on the bowstring. The bow was made from the horns of a top-grade exotic beast, the golden barbaric bull, and was instantly pulled into a full moon. Clang! The arrow shot out at an extreme speed. Chapter 242. The distance of 800 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Ziyue raised his eyebrows. He did not even draw his saber, but his palm had already reached out like a dream. Heaven-binding hands! It was as if he was waving his hand and splashing ink. Buzz! Ziyue clenched his hand slightly and caught the arrow firmly in his hand. The 2 ends of the arrow were trembling violently. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Bai Ziyue let out a long howl. His footsteps did not stop, but his hand turned slightly. His palm quickly moved around the arrow. Waves of inner strength followed the movement of his palm and turned into thin threads. Then the arrow started to spin like an electric drill. Go! The arrow shot out from his hand like a bolt of lightning, and with a speed that was far faster than before, it was sent flying back. The expression of King Tianying, who was the leader, changed. He quickly pulled the bowstring again. Chi! The two arrows collided. One of the arrows shattered in an instant. The other arrow that was shot towards King Tianying did not lose its momentum and continued to shoot out. However, there was a slight deviation in the direction of his flight. Ah! One of the men let out a blood-curdling scream as he clutched his neck with both hands. He directly fell down from the cliff and landed heavily at the bottom of the cliff. What Baiziwa didn't expect was that the arrow that he had shot back with the heaven-binding hands actually managed to play its role despite the deviation of the arrow's collision. It accurately hit one of the 18 Eagle King's inner force realm martial artists. It pierced deeply into his neck. There was a mistake in the chaos. How is this possible? King Tianying's face was filled with disbelief. Quick, shoot an arrow and stop him. Then, he immediately reacted. He roared and pulled the bowstring again. After shooting an arrow, he quickly knocked another arrow. Several arrows were connected together like silk threads and shot out. Chain arrows. At this moment, the others also shot out one after another. Their archery skills were not much weaker than King Tianying's. The arrows kept shooting out with frightening accuracy. They were all aimed at the figure in white who was rushing over quickly. Even though there were only 17 people at this moment, it was as if there were hundreds of people shooting arrows at the same time. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of the wind being torn apart, the densely packed arrows arrived in front of Ziyue in the blink of an eye. Saber come, Ziyue roared. The long saber at his waist was driven by his inner force. It shot out like lightning and was caught by him. The saber light was like a long rainbow. When Ziyue's martial arts realm was still at the outer tempered and inner tempered, his long saber was already impenetrable. Now, he was more than 100 times stronger. Even though the arrows carried greater power, they were like grains of grass under by Ziyue's black god saber. They were all brushed away by his saber. Bai Ziyue withstood the countless arrows and moved through the rocks as if he was walking on flat ground. He was extremely fast. Even though these arrows were fierce, cunning, swift, and powerful, they could not get within a meter of him. Damn it! King Tianying was shocked. There was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Who was he? Ziyue's appearance was completely out of his expectations. His opponent's methods made him feel a sense of helplessness. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he carefully took out an arrow from his back. It was completely red, as if it was a piece of burning metal. Its tail was embedded with a 5-colored luster. Flame arrow. This was a type of arrow that he had specially hired someone to refine for him at great cost. Its value was no less than that of the best longbow in his hand. Back then, he had made a total of 10 arrows. After years of consumption, there were only 3 left. Usually, he would not bear to use it. However, after seeing Ziyue's means, he finally decided to shoot this expensive arrow. He placed the flame arrow on the longbow and pulled it into a full moon. The inner force in his body flowed through the bow and into the arrow. In an instant, the crimson arrow blossomed with a flame-like radiance. It was as if the arrow was going to burn up. Clang! The flame arrow shot out like a hurricane. It was unstoppable. There was a faint layer of spiritual light on the 5-colored red tail. It was like the flapping of a bird's wings, causing the speed of this arrow to be much faster than other arrows by a large margin. Puff! 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 The moment the arrows collided with the flame arrow, they quickly shattered. The hurricane whistled, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ziyue. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Spiritual chi fluctuation. This arrow already had a kind of talisman. To be more precise, It had the characteristics of a one-time Dharma artifact. There was no need to say more about its power. However, it's still useless to me. Vibrating blade skill. The long saber was raised and as fast as a startled swan. It lightly touched the flame arrow. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the surrounding forest like a muffled thunder. The flame arrow dispersed in an instant. Flames that were as hot as magma shot out in an instant and spread out like a sea of fire. It was enough to cover an area of a few meters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, golden bells suddenly appeared on Zue's body. Protective divine skill, golden bell shield. The layers of golden bells were like thick city walls. The hot flames had no effect on the golden bells. In the next moment, Zue's figure had already rushed out of the sea of fire. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, Zue moved as if he was flying. He was like a flash of lightning as he approached rapidly. At this time, Zue was not as concerned about the rain of arrows as before. The dense rain of arrows fell on his golden bell shield. There were only muffled sounds, but they could not shake the defense of the golden bell shield at all. The peak of the 5th level of the golden bell shield was enough to block the full force attack of a second-rate master. These arrows could pose a threat to ordinary inner refining realm warriors or even inner force realm warriors. However, to him, they were not that effective. Moreover, Buzz. The moment the 4th level of the golden bell shield was shattered and the 3rd level of the golden bell shield was on the verge of collapse. A layer of dense golden light suddenly appeared on the outermost layer of the golden bell shield. The 6th level of the golden bell shield had appeared. After this continuous consumption, Zue's golden bell shield, which was originally at the peak of the 5th level, instantly broke through and rose to the 6th level. Kill! Zue roared as he fiercely collided with the 18 Eagle Kings. Zue raised his long blade. A layer of black flashed on the black god blade as he slashed out consecutively. King Tianning flew back, kept his longbow, and pulled out his long blade. His inner force surged, causing the long blade to emit a dazzling red light. Die! After all, he was an expert who had cultivated to the level of a second-rate master. His archery skills were unparalleled, but what was even stronger was his blade technique. The other 10 or so experts who had reached the inner force realm did not make a sound as they all pulled out their weapons and quickly surrounded him. Raising his eyebrows, Zue stepped on the 7 stars chasing the moon. The blade light was like a black waterfall. When it slashed down, it was like the might of the heavens. It was overbearing and unstoppable. Tyrant blade technique. An inner force realm warrior held a long spear and wanted to launch a surprise attack. However, his vision blurred and he saw the black blade quickly pass by. At this moment, he felt that the long blade seemed to contain the truth of the martial path. It contained endless mysteries, causing him to involuntarily become intoxicated. When the blade light descended, the moment he was about to wake up, his consciousness was scattered, and his body was sliced in half. Old Nine! Amidst the shout, Zue rushed forward. The blade light quickly swept out. As his inner force surged, the black god blade seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. Layer after layer of ripples spread out in all directions as the black divine saber vibrated. Bang! 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 The air vibrated, causing their chi and blood to form a strange resonance with it. In an instant, everyone's heartbeat quickened. Bang! 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 It was as if their hearts were going to jump out of their chests. Their chi, blood, and strength became lax at this moment. The surrounding air seemed to be in a viscous state, and it took a lot of effort to pull it in between breaths. Chi! 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 A total of 3 heads flew into the sky. As blood spurted out, they rolled on the ground. Who are you? Why are you so strong? King Tianning was extremely shocked. Each of the 18 Eagle Kings had the strength to kill the grassland Eagle King that had evolved into a mutated beast from 800 meters away. Their strength was not weak either. The weakest of them was at the inner force realm. Other than him, who had just become a second-rate expert, there were a total of 5 people who had reached the third-rate expert level. Even if it was him, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of several people and would be defeated very quickly. However, the person in front of him looked like a youth. However, his strength was so high that it made him feel terrified. Was he a second-rate expert or a first-rate expert? Ziyue did not answer. He had fought to the point of madness, and his heart was filled with heroic spirit. He swung his blade and swung his blade again. Every slash was fatal. This feeling of fighting against the 8 desolates made him extremely excited. As his blood boiled, his combat strength was completely unleashed. King Tianying's expression changed drastically. In a short period of time, 7 or 8 people on his side had died in the hands of the other party. In the blink of an eye, the 18 Eagle Kings had become 10. As anger surged, his eyes suddenly lit up. Opportunity. The 18 Eagle Kings naturally lived up to their reputation in the 800 miles of the plains. Not only were they ruthless to their enemies, but they were even more ruthless to themselves. Ziyue's long blade cut through the weapon of a third-rate expert like a hot knife through butter. It also went into the other party's collarbone. However, at this moment, the other party was crazy and decisive. He endured the boundless pain and hugged the black god blade tightly. At this moment, he sacrificed his own life to obtain a chance for others. Chapter 243. So strong. On the opposite cliff, He Xianfeng looked at the battle in shock. Deep in his eyes, he was shocked. The 18 Eagle Kings are all at least at the Inner Force realm. Among them, King Tianying is a second-rate Great Master. This youth was facing the encirclement of 18 Eagle Kings, including a second-rate expert like King Heavenly Eagle, but he was still so calm. With such skills, such strength, the second-rate expert was definitely a great expert above the second-rate. He might even be a first-rate master. Deep uneasiness and fear appeared in his heart. With this kind of existence protecting them, could they really complete Qi Lianshan's order and kill the target? Old Chong, didn't you say that the young man is nothing to worry about? This kind of existence is nothing to worry about? At this moment, the second bandit chief of Blackwind Stronghold was also anxious. He grabbed Old Chong, who was beside him, and his anger kept rising. I don't know either. How is this possible? Old Chong was terrified. He looked at the other side in a daze. The young man in white was very calm in the face of the rain of arrows. He crushed them and easily killed several great masters of the Inner Force realm. Logically speaking, this kind of person shouldn't be unknown at all. Old Chang's eyesight was quite good, but he didn't expect to be pecked in the eyes here. Bandit Chief, what should we do next? The target is almost at the foot of our mountain. The second bandit chief threw Old Chong to the ground and looked nervously at the head bandit chief. Is Mount Chilian scary, or this young man? He Xianfeng was silent for a while. He calculated the gains and losses, then slowly shook his head and said, if Mount Chilian knows that we didn't attack, do you think our Blackwind stronghold will still exist? If we attack, we can say that we're not strong enough. If we don't attack, we'll definitely die. What should we do? Moreover, the 18 Eagle Kings haven't lost yet. As he spoke, He Xuanfeng's face showed determination. He shouted, attack! Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, countless people from the Blackwind stronghold immediately began to move. Boom! 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 Pieces of huge rocks were pushed down from the top of the mountain by them. It was like the sound of muffled thunder, and the sound was loud and powerful. Die! King Tuning gripped the long saber in his hand tightly. The long, narrow, and sharp saber was like red-hot red iron. It was silent but extremely fast. Like a long river piercing the sun, it directly pierced towards Ziyue's temple. If this saber hit, he was confident that even if the other party had a protective cultivation technique, he wouldn't be able to block the saber that was infused with his entire body's strength. The other party's brain would definitely burst open and he would die from the stab. Oomph! Ziyue snorted coldly. He flipped his hand that was holding the knife and pulled it with all his might. The knife sank diagonally into his heart and directly cut his heart into two halves. At the same time, his other hand slowly stretched out. It was a jade-white palm that was incomparably holy. When it slowly stretched out, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapse from the pressure. There was a strange wave of chi rolling in the center of his palm. He struck out with his hand. However, a huge palm print came out of his palm first. The ultimate technique of the immortal martial sect, the great immortal martial palm print. Because he only used his inner strength for this palm, it didn't have the majesty and wonder of the immortal martial technique. Moreover, because it was his first time using it, there were many areas where it was stagnant. However, when this palm was struck out, it could similarly suppress everything. Bang! Another dull sound rang out. King Tianying's long saber was like a willow catkin that was sent flying away. The great immortal martial palm print didn't have any momentum and ruthlessly landed on his body. Boom! The ground caved in because of this. King Tianying spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly knelt on the ground. He had already lost all signs of life. Clang! 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 King Tianying wasn't the only one who grasped that fleeting opportunity. The other people surrounding him were also experienced in battle. Their eyes lit up and they all made their moves. Numerous weapons emitted boundless cold light as they landed on his body, causing clanging sounds to ring out. The six-layered golden bell was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the eyes of the others lit up and they exerted all their strength to strike out their own attacks. Numerous long sabers slashed down rapidly. Sizzle, the sound of a blunt knife cutting through an old cow's skin instantly rang out. After cultivating the golden bell shield, Ziyue didn't just possess the protective golden bell. Even the defensive power of his skin and flesh was incomparable to before. Even if an inner strength cultivator attacked with full force, it would be difficult to break through his defense. Only the inner strength that penetrated his body could cause his chi and blood to churn and be affected. Everyone was aghast, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of monster was this seemingly immature young man? Why was he so terrifying? King Tianying is dead. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Everyone, who was already terrified to begin with, was scared out of their wits in an instant. They lost their support. Almost without any hesitation, they, who were already terrified, turned around and fled without any hesitation. You only want to flee now? It's too late. Ziyue sneered and drew out his long saber. Like a black lightning bolt, it slashed out rapidly. Kill! Sizzle! 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 It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Anyone who was caught by him could not escape the fate of being cut in half. Muffled sounds of the blade cutting into flesh rang out. Blood flowed on the ground. Broken flesh and broken limbs flew in all directions. Sizzle! 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 Over 10 corpses were strewn all over the ground, but there were no longer any signs of life. The 18 Eagle Kings had been completely annihilated and no longer existed. It's not over yet. Ziyue's eyes were like lightning as he quickly looked at the hundreds of bandits who were charging towards Zhang Zhen and the others. Without any hesitation, he quickly leaped down from the mountain peak and charged down. Run! 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 He Xianfeng and the others, who had just reached the bottom of the mountain and were about to attack Zhang Zhen and the others, saw the figure in white clothes that was dyed in blood. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately turned around and fled without any hesitation. Black Whirlwind had never imagined that not long after he gave the order to attack, the 18 Eagle Kings opposite him, who were all existences above the realm of inner strength, wouldn't even be able to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before they were all killed by the white-clothed youth, completely annihilated. A slight difference in thought, and the result was completely different. At this moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if his soul was about to leave his body. Kill! 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 Seeing Ziyue charging down, Zhang Zhen was incomparably excited. Apart from one or two people who stayed by the purple-clothed lady's side to protect her, everyone else charged forward. Zu's speed was extremely fast, and he did not hold back when he attacked. His long saber swept across, and a large area was swept away. He would not have any mercy for these bandits, not to mention that he would only be able to collect their souls after they died. Even if the status panel was still in the process of upgrading, it would not affect the increase and decrease of his soul energy. Zu's speed was too fast. None of the bandits in the Black Wind stronghold could block his saber. Therefore, in an instant, he had caught up to the chief of the Black Wind stronghold, Shinto. Without any hesitation, he slashed with his long saber. Chi! 3 meters away, a saber light flew out like lightning. It turned into a huge black saber that was more than 30 feet long and fell down with a loud bang. "Spare me." "Ah!" Shinto roared and immediately reacted. He raised his weapon to block, but before he could react, the saber light had already landed on his head. "The chief is dead." Amidst the exclamations, everyone ran even faster. After a short while, the battle ended. There were too many bandits. In the chaos, a portion of them still managed to escape. The scene was a mess with corpses everywhere. Zu noticed that many of their horses had died because of the rolling stones and the bandits. There were only 4 or 5 horses that were still standing. Even the carriage that the purple-clothed woman was in seemed to be the only one left. Because it was protected by the escort company, it was still in good condition. The others were scattered all over the place, broken into pieces by the stones. He couldn't help but calm down. Senior Bai, Zhang Zhun came to Zu's side and opened his mouth. He couldn't help but address him respectfully again. The fact that Bai Zu had gone up the mountain alone and killed the 18 Eagle Kings in a domineering manner was too shocking. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. "Call me young Master Bai," Zu said calmly. "Yes, young Master Bai." Zhang Zhun nodded repeatedly, and then said, "We left one alive just now, and we've already inquired clearly. This time, apart from the Black Wind stronghold, there were also the 18 Eagle Kings from the plains. These 18 Eagle Kings all had the strength of Inner Force Realm and above. There were quite a few third-rate experts among them. Among them, there was even King Sky Eagle. It was said that he had already reached the second-rate expert level. In the plains, he could be said to be a tyrant. Who would have thought that they would all be killed by young Master Bai here? It's really, do you know who ordered them to do this?" Zu interrupted him and asked. "It's said that it's Mount Qilian," Zhang Zhun said with a serious face. "Mount Qilian?" Zu was puzzled. He couldn't help but look at the purple-clothed woman who had just walked out of the carriage. He had naturally heard of Mount Qilian. He knew that the Qilian Mountains didn't represent a single mountain, but rather the countless heroes of the green forest gathered in the Qilian Mountains. Among them, there were countless experts. Second-rate experts, first-rate experts, and even Xiantian experts. There were many bandits in the Wu country, but very few dared to disobey the orders of Mount Qilian. "Mount Qilian?" The purple-clothed woman nodded. She seemed to have remembered this place. Then, she said to Zu, "This time, it's all thanks to young Master Bai. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with." It was difficult, but there was no other way, right? Zu's eyes flashed, and he nodded silently. Obviously, even if the other party was seriously injured, she still had some tricks up her sleeve. She could easily kill the 18 Eagle Kings and deal with this crisis. Chapter 244. "Miss Qing, you're too courteous. I'm only doing this for myself." Zu slowly shook his head and said, "However, I think Miss Qing should also explain who your enemy is. How many people will they send to deal with you?" This time, they sent 18 Eagle Kings. With my skills, I can still deal with them. But next time, if they send a first-rate expert or even a Xiantian realm expert, then I won't have the slightest confidence. Although the Xiantian pellet is good, I won't joke with my life. If I escape at that time, Miss Qing, please don't blame me. Zu's goal had always been clear, but he also knew the principle of acting according to one's ability. First-rate experts were fine, but Sciention realm experts were on a different level to him. He didn't think that he could deal with them with his current strength. Even if he used immortal techniques, it would still be difficult. When Zhang Zhun heard this, his body trembled, and he anxiously looked at the purple-clothed woman. Compared to Ziyue, he had more concerns in his heart. The Chilean Mountain wasn't an ordinary place. There were countless experts. Second-rate experts were normal, but there was no lack of first-rate experts, and even Sciention realm experts. Even the head escort of the Four Seas escort agency didn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, the Four Seas escort agency also belonged to the Lulin faction. If the Four Seas escort agency wanted to make a living, they also had to look at the Chilean Mountain's face. This made the pressure on him even greater. As for who my enemy is, I think it's better if you don't know. The purple-clothed woman shook her head and said, "As for how many people they will send, I reckon that they will spare no expense. However, I think you don't have to worry about the existence of Sciention realm experts. Those existences cherish their lives very much. As for first-rate experts, young Master Bai, do you think it's so easy to get the Sciention pellet? Moreover, I'm quite confident in my vision. Based on young Master Bai's methods, ordinary first-rate experts might not be your match." As she spoke, a trace of shrewdness flashed through her eyes. "Haha, Miss Qing, you must be joking." Ziyue's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. "It's getting late. Let's set off quickly." From the fact that the other party was able to send people to ambush us in advance, it can be seen that our position is already within their grasp. After this, it won't be too peaceful. What awaits us will definitely be endless encirclement and pursuit. Originally, Ziyue and the others had lost more than half of their warhorses because of the battle. However, after finding the warhorses that the 18 Eagle Kings had left at the entrance of the Langya Valley, they had a surplus of horses. As a result, their speed became even faster because of this. Because there was only one carriage left, Ziyue also rode on a tall horse, his body moving up and down with the horse. Beside him, the little black dog's figure was vigorous and vigorous as it galloped madly. Its speed was not much slower than the horses. In fact, it was even faster. After all, it was an exotic beast. Compared to a war horse, it naturally had an advantage. Ziyue ignored the excited black puppy. He tightened his legs and sat firmly on the horse, as if he was one with the horse. Then he focused his attention on his hands. A 7-foot-long bow and 2 crimson arrows. These were the spoils of war from the Heavenly Eagle King of the 18 Eagle Kings. This bow should be made from a top-grade exotic beast. It is sturdy and durable. As for these arrows, they were indeed made by an immortal cultivator. There is a talisman sealed within. After it is shot, it will detonate with inner strength. An ordinary second-rate expert would probably not be able to block it. Ziyue thought silently. Previously, he was able to block the arrow easily because he relied on the vibrating force of the vibrating blade art to detonate the flame arrow's power in advance. Otherwise, even he would have been in a difficult situation. Then, he put the 2 flame arrows into the quiver. This thing was not very useful to him, but it was indeed a good thing. At least for now, he could use this to intimidate his enemies from afar. Then, Ziyue turned his attention to cultivation. The protective technique, Golden Bell Shield. The 4th chapter of the Purple Mansion Creation Technique, Purple Mansion Creation Chapter. Cultivating the Golden Bell Shield was fine. As long as it was maintained, it could be maintained. However, cultivating the Purple Mansion Creation Chapter required constant control of inner strength to attack the small meridians in the body. This caused the aura on Ziyue's body to flicker, and its momentum seemed to be somewhat vast. Zhang Zhun and the others felt the aura and looked at him with complicated gazes. Time flowed by as he cultivated in this manner. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Ziyue had also unblocked the meridians between the 2 main meridians. He was one step closer to truly completing the circulation route map and stepping into the ranks of first-rate experts. At this moment, he let out a long sigh of relief and woke up from his cultivation. No wonder young Master Bai has such powerful strength at such a young age. This diligence is truly admirable. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from within the carriage. Ziyue was slightly startled, as if he did not expect the purple-shirt lady to talk to him. However, he calmly said, "Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I know that my strength is insufficient, so I can only rely on cultivation to make up for it. As for my strength, it's actually not worth mentioning." Ziyue slowly shook his head. He was well aware of his own strength. Perhaps he could be considered pretty good among his peers, but his vision had never been above his peers. Xiantian martial Dao, aperture enlightening, or even stronger. This was what he sought the most. The current him was still far from being comparable to those existences. Of course, he did not dare to relax. When he thought up to here, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at the purple-clothed woman and asked, "Miss Qing, as an immortal master with an extraordinary identity, do you know where I can find a treasure that possesses the innate 5 elements qi?" In terms of martial Dao, he was no longer too worried due to the purple-shirt lady's promise of a Xiantian pill. However, in terms of aperture enlightening, he still had no clue. Naturally, he was rather interested in the 5 elements pure yuan technique. There are actually quite a few treasures with Xiantian 5 elements qi. Just treasures with Xiantian water spirit qi include first yuan heavy water, 1,000-year ice crystal, geocentric spring water, and so on. However, the places where those things existed were all extremely harsh and vile environments. Although some of them were ordinary, some of them were extremely precious. It will be extremely difficult to find them myself. However, in some large chambers of commerce or some special markets, people will occasionally trade them. It's not impossible to collect all of them. The purple-shirt lady pondered for a moment before she spoke. Because many of these treasures were commonly used by immortal method cultivators and martial practitioners, she did not suspect anything. What kind of place is this special marketplace? I wonder if Miss Qing can tell me the specific location? Ziyue hurriedly asked. This special market is naturally where immortal method cultivators exchange and gather. Well, I happen to have a map of the market. There's no harm in giving it to you. As the purple-shirt lady spoke, her hand moved slightly, and a small jade slip appeared in her hand. This jade slip is a special recording method used by immortal method cultivators. Just press it between your eyebrows and concentrate your qi, and you'll be able to read it. However, I have to remind you that there may be some guarantee of safety within the market because there are people guarding it. However, outside the market, there are dangers everywhere. It is not a safe place. If you really want to go, you have to make more preparations. The purple-shirt lady tossed the jade slip to him and then warned him slightly. "Thank you for telling me, Miss Qing. I will naturally make more preparations before I go." Ziyue nodded solemnly and said gratefully. Although he did not obtain the specific location of the treasures that contained the 5 elements qi, at least he had a certain direction and would not be at a loss. There's a small town in front of us called Yunsong Town in half an hour's journey. When we reach that town, it means that we are already in the East City County. There are only 7 or 8 days left before we really enter the East City County. Suddenly, Zhang Zhen said with a face full of excitement. "We are already in the East City County?" Ziyue was stunned, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "There's still a short distance, but we will be there soon. It just so happens that the sky is getting dark. We can stay in Yunsong Town and recuperate." As Zhang Zhen spoke, he hurriedly flattered him and quickly rushed forward. Soon, a group of travel-worn people appeared at the city gate of Yunsong Town. What entered their eyes was a slightly dilapidated town. Ziyue made a slight comparison and found that whether it was the population or the prosperity of the town, it was much weaker than Qinghe Town. Soon, they checked into the best inn in the area. Although the environment was not very good, it was better than eating in the wind. Therefore, the group of people seemed to be a little relaxed. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they returned to their rooms. Ziyue could not wait to take out the storage bag that he had obtained from the immortal martial treasure house. His mental energy turned into golden needles and constantly pierced them, destroying the restrictive power on the storage bag. After a period of continuous erosion, there was only a thin layer of sealing power left in his storage bag. He estimated that tonight, he would be able to completely erase it and break it open. Naturally, he was looking forward to it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zue's mental energy turned into golden needles and continuously fell on the storage bag like dense raindrops. The sealing power on it was being worn down by the golden needles. It was quickly being worn down, and it began to gradually dim. Time passed. Even though Zue's mental energy was strong, he gradually felt that it was not enough. However, he already felt that there was only a thin layer of restrictive power left, and it could be broken at any time. Therefore, he was not willing to stop. Finally, Chapter 245. 1. There was a slight tremble. Boom! The barrier formed by the sealing power on the storage bag was like a top bottle cap that suddenly opened up. The storage bag was opened. Zue's heart was filled with excitement. He could not wait any longer and immediately probed into it with his spiritual force. This space is indeed much larger than the one I'm wearing. It's 4 meters square. It's not much smaller than the room I'm in right now. It can also store much more things than the previous one. Zue immediately sensed that the space inside the storage bag was much larger than the one he had on him. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Even though he had already guessed that the storage bag would be of a higher grade and the space inside would be much bigger, he was still very satisfied with the confirmation. Then his gaze landed on the storage bag. There was no doubt that the herbs, pills, and even some rare items had gradually decayed with the passage of time. Under the mixture of various impurities, it formed a kind of pill poison. This kind of thing might not have much effect on inanimate objects. But once it was exposed, it would definitely cause unimaginable harm to him or any other existence that came into contact with it. At this moment, he could also clearly see that in the storage bag, there was a pure black aura that was constantly twisting. It was quietly floating up and down in the storage bag, rolling slowly. Zue's mental energy only got a little closer, and a piercing pain immediately occurred. He immediately avoided it like a snake or a scorpion. That's right. This kind of pill poison is a great weapon for sneak attacks. Maybe it can also be a trump card of mine. If it's released suddenly, it will definitely cause a huge loss. While Zue was shocked, his eyes suddenly lit up. This kind of pill poison was also more powerful as the grade of the spiritual item decayed. The higher the grade of the spiritual item, the more powerful it would be. The storage bag he had on him contained the items of Kunyin, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. But this time, the storage bag contained the items of the immortal martial sect leader. It must be an item that was at the aperture awakening realm or above. The difference in strength between the two could be said to be like heaven and earth. Naturally, there was a huge difference in the grades of the spiritual items and medicinal pills stored. In addition to the brewing time, one was 100 years, while the other was 300 years. It was like a fine wine. Naturally, the longer the pill poison was brewed, the more mellow and powerful it would be. Last time, the pill poison and fiendish aura in old Taoist Kunyuan storage bag was enough to make him dizzy. This time, the pill poison and fiendish aura in the golden storage bag was more than twice as strong. Once released, its power would definitely be terrifying beyond compare. This is... Then, Zue looked at the other items, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Carefully avoiding the poisonous miasma, Zue pulled out an item. Void Spirit Gold Crystal, a top-rate equipment refinement material. It contains a strand of natural gold energy, and it's exactly suitable for me to cultivate the universal pure origin technique. Feeling the weight in his hand, Zue looked at the item that was only the size of a fist but weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. He could not help but be delighted. Once the natural gold energy was extracted, this Void Spirit Gold Crystal would also be scrapped and would no longer have the same effect as before. it would become a useless rock. However, at least this meant that he had officially obtained a treasure that contained natural 5 elements chi. It would be a big step forward for him to open the universal pure origin technique and truly begin to cultivate it. The high-grade Dharma artifact, Golden Mountain Axe, the top-grade Dharma artifact, Golden Spear, and the spiritual weapon seems to be an alchemy furnace in this one. If it was in good condition, it would definitely be a mid-grade or even a high-grade spiritual weapon. However, it was forcefully severed into 2 pieces. Immediately after, a pile of Dharma artifacts and even spiritual weapons appeared beside Ziyue again. Among them, the Golden Mountain Axe and the Golden Spear were made of extraordinary materials. However, because they had not been used for a long time and had been contaminated by the poisonous qi, they were involuntarily corroded. They needed a long time to refine before they could unleash their full power. On the other hand, the alchemy furnace was half the height of a person and stood on 3 legs. Although the spiritual light was obscure, it was extremely well-preserved and faintly emitted spiritual light. Its power was not affected at all. He estimated that as long as he refined it, it would be able to unleash its power. Not daring to let this spiritual weapon be exposed to the air for too long, Ziyue hurriedly put this treasure into another storage bag. Then, he looked at another treasure. It was a ruler. However, it had been completely broken in half. However, even though it had been broken in half, the aura it emitted still made him faintly fearful. He immediately judged that it was not ordinary. He knew that if this weapon was in good condition, it would not be impossible for it to be a mid-grade spiritual weapon or even a high-grade spiritual weapon. It could be said to be extremely powerful. What a pity! Ziyue sighed softly and put it away as well. Although this ruler had lost its original power, the material it was made of was definitely extraordinary. Naturally, he would not give it up. 5 jade scroll eyes, 200 formation discs, 12 formation flags, 3 jade boxes with sealing talismans, and spirit stones. Ziyue went through them one by one. His eyes lit up, especially when he saw the jade scroll eyes. As for the formation discs and formation flags, although he had the true explanation of formations on him and knew some simple concepts of formations, he did not know much about how to set them up. As for spirit stones, there were 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones, 230 middle grade spirit stones, and 5 superior grade spirit stones. It was not much, but it was not little either. For him, it was a huge windfall. Ziyue was about to take out the 3 sealing jade boxes when he thought about it, and did not do so in the end. There was no other reason other than this place was not suitable. If there were any treasure lights or spirit chi fluctuations, it would attract the attention of certain people. For him, it would not be of much benefit. It would be even more troublesome if there were any leakage of spirit chi, like the demon core of a serpent dragon. He decided to wait until he was in an absolutely safe place before opening them. It was more appropriate. Considering the limited space in his storage bag, Ziyue did not take out anything that would not be affected by the poison chi, such as spirit stones, formation discs, formation flags, and jade boxes. Instead, he took out the 5 jade scroll eyes. In comparison, he was naturally more excited about the jade scroll eyes. Detailed explanation of the 36 Earth Malevolent Seals. Heaven Sealing Earth Lock Spirit Gathering Formation. 7 Malevolent True Fire. Immortal Martial True Body. Pill Formula of the Orifice Awakening Pill. Ziyue placed the 5 jade scroll eyes into his glabella and read them one by one. The shock in his heart gradually turned numb. The detailed explanation of the 36 Earth Malevolent Seals recorded the process of the 36 Earth Malevolent Seals in detail. In other words, there were a total of 2,592 ordinary seals recorded in it. As long as one followed the steps, one could fuse them into 36 Earth Malevolent Seals according to the method in it. A Dharma treasure that contained 1 Earth Malevolent Seal could be considered a top-grade Dharma treasure. If it contained 3 Earth Malevolent Seals, it could be considered a spirit artifact. The accumulation of 36 Earth Malevolent Seals could at least raise a Dharma treasure to the level of a mid-grade spirit artifact. It was definitely something that many people dreamed of. The heaven-sealing, earth-locked spirit gathering formation is a formation used by a mountain sect to gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth. According to this formation, one can gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth and increase it by 3 to 5 times. Coincidentally, there are many formation discs and formation flags in my storage bag. If I use them well, it is not impossible to set it up. However, it will also take time and effort. The 7 Malevolent True Fire is a Dharma spell. It is an extremely powerful Dharma spell that gathers the 7 malevolent spirits of heaven and earth and fuses them into one to form the 7 Malevolent True Fire. It can burn all things. However, with my current skills, it will be difficult for me to master it. At the very least, I will need to be an enlightened, immortal cultivator. As for the Immortal Martial True Body, it is a Dharma spell that can fuse Immortal Martial and Martial. It is directly derived from the Immortal Martial Sect's Immortal Martial Tao technique. It also seems to contain the profoundness of fusing Immortal Martial and Martial. Ziyue pondered silently, a look of anticipation on his face. The fusion of Immortal Martial and Martial would definitely produce some kind of miraculous change. As for the final enlightening pill formula, could it be that I have to refine it myself? Ziyue thought to himself as a complicated expression appeared on his face. The ingredients listed on the list were not lacking 1,000-year-old spiritual ingredients, 100-year-old treasures, especially one of the main ingredients. There was also the demonic pill of a certain spiritual demon. There were also many ingredients that he had never heard of before. If he wanted to refine it, just the collection of ingredients would be a huge problem. It would not be so simple. However, at least it can be considered a direction. If it really doesn't work, it's not like I can't refine it. Don't I happen to have an alchemy furnace that has reached the level of a spiritual weapon? Ziyue's face could not help but reveal a look of relief. Overall, he was extremely satisfied with the rewards he had obtained from opening the storage bag this time. To him, this was definitely a bountiful harvest. Not only did he obtain the Golden Mountain Axe and the Golden Spear, but he also obtained the Pill Refining Cauldron and many other Dharma and Spirit artifacts, which were worth 70 to 80,000 Spirit Stones. He also obtained a large number of formation plates and flags, as well as a detailed explanation of the 36 Tao Seals and a heaven-sealing, earth-locking spirit gathering formation. Most importantly, he had also obtained the 7 Demons' Primordial Fire and the Immortal Martial True Body, which could increase his strength. As for the enlightening pill formula, although it would be very difficult to refine it, at least it increased his chances of breaking through to the enlightening realm. He pushed aside the fog that had trapped him in front of his eyes and stepped towards a higher level. Even if there were to be an accident when he went to the Chaoyang sect, he would not be completely helpless. With this thought in mind, Ziyue's gaze suddenly turned. He could not help but squint, and a strange look gradually appeared on his face. He saw that the paper window of the room he was in had opened, and a bamboo tube slowly extended out. Chapter 246. Without a sound, Ziyue appeared by the window. He reached out his hand to touch the hole in the bamboo tube and spat it out with force. Bang! The young man, who had the other end of the tube in his mouth and was about to spit out the smoke, immediately widened his eyes and blood flowed out of his mouth. His mouth exploded. Just as he was about to let out a scream, a thick, bewitching mist was emitted from his throat. He immediately felt dizzy and his vision turned dark. His mouth was wide open and he immediately closed it. It was as if even his scream was strangled by the bewitching mist. Then, a hand reached out from the hole in the paper window and grasped his neck with a little force. Crack! The sound of a neck breaking was heard. The young man died painlessly. You're courting death. Like a thunderclap, Zhang Zhen's voice was heard from a room not far away. Then, there was the sound of a knife cutting into flesh. There seemed to be a series of noises coming from other rooms as well. It seems that I can't rest today. Ziyue sighed and rushed out of the room in a flash. The black puppy howled and also rushed out. Almost in the next moment, Ziyue saw two black-clothed ancient martial art practitioners dashing towards a room at the end of the corridor. That room was the residence of the purple-clothed lady. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat as he quickly chased after them. Boom! The door was blasted open. The two black-clothed assassins broke the door in an instant. However, at the same time, Ziyue had already caught up with them like a ghost. He did not hesitate at all. The saber light was like a black waterfall. Puff! Puff! The two black-clothed assassins fell down before they could see the scene in the room clearly. Miss Qing, Ziyue's eyes flashed. The beautiful and pure woman, who looked young but already had a peerless elegance, appeared in front of him. Get out! The purple-clothed woman blushed and immediately covered her face with a piece of brocade cloth. Ziyue was a little melancholy, but soon he recovered and said directly, Immortal Master Qing, it seems that it's not safe here. Boom! The roof suddenly collapsed, and countless rubble fell down. A person with cold eyes and a sword in his hand turned into rays of sword light that flashed in the room. Pung! Beneath the ground, the wooden planks exploded, turning into countless wood shavings. A figure wielding a spear, the tip of the spear shining with a silver light, like a fierce general on the battlefield, directly piercing over. The sudden attack of the two third-rate experts was peerlessly fast. Their coordination was so good that it was as if they had formed a killing blow. Any third-rate expert would find it difficult to defend against the two attacks from above and below, and would die on the spot. However, the person they attacked was not a third-rate master, but a genuine second-rate master. Moreover, he was at the peak of a second-rate expert. His true combat strength was not the slightest bit inferior to a first-rate expert. Ziyue. Tyrant's saber art. The long saber slashed out in an overbearing manner, crushing everything in its path. Boom! The expressions of the two third-rate experts, who had a tacit understanding with each other, changed drastically at this moment. They felt as if their attacks had collided with a majestic mountain, unable to shake the other party in the slightest. On the other hand, his arm was twisted by this huge force, and his weapon was sent flying backward, crashing into his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Second-rate expert? The expressions of the two changed drastically. Without thinking, they turned around and fled. Die! He narrowed his eyes, but the saber light had already rolled up once again. A terrifying momentum pressed down, causing the void to tremble. It seemed to have perfectly combined with Ziyue's long saber. The two had just taken a step forward, but the long saber had already slowly slashed out. Vibrating saber skill. Moreover, it was a vibrating saber skill that had merged with saber force. The night was suddenly lit up. Blood appeared, and two heads soared into the sky. Endless amounts of blood gushed out. Master Bai, Miss Qing, are you all right? When the two corpses fell down, Zhang Zhun and his group of subordinates rushed over. Seeing this, they hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief and asked, We're fine, Miss Qing said coldly. Ziyue did not say anything. Instead, he twirled the long saber in his hand and directly put it back into the sheath. That's good. However, there's something wrong. Some of our brothers found that there are people outside the restaurant. I suspect that there are local gangs and even people from the government involved. They're surrounding us. Zhang Zhun's voice suddenly became low. He looked at Zhu nervously and said, Master Bai, what should we do next? What should we do? Of course, we'll rush out. A cold light flashed in Ziyue's eyes. He took the lead and saw a group of people rushing towards him. He quickly rushed over to kill them. The others followed closely behind. Even the black puppy was incomparably brave and fierce. It swept its paws across quickly and fiercely. Soon, the ground was covered with corpses. Ziyue and the others came to the backyard and quickly took out horses and carriages. Want to escape? You can't escape. A sinister sneer was heard, and then a skinny old man rushed out quickly. On the other side, an old woman with silver-white hair and an extremely skinny face had cold eyes. She quickly flipped her hand, and a cold light flashed out. Not good. It's the poison sect's twin demons, Wu Yin and his wife. Zhang Zhen's face changed drastically. The two of them were not very strong. They were only on par with him and were third-rate experts. However, they were from the poison sect and were very skilled in using hidden weapons. Moreover, they would often smear poisonous substances on their hidden weapons. If they were not careful, even a second-rate expert would have a headache and would not dare to provoke them. Zhang Zhen felt a chill in his heart, especially when he saw the countless silver needles flickering with a cold light shooting toward him. Is that so? Bai Ziyue dashed out in an instant. His long saber turned into a huge black light screen. With a series of ding, 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 ding sounds, countless silver needles glittering with cold light appeared on the ground in the blink of an eye. The tips of these silver needles were black and purple. It was obvious that they were stained with extremely terrifying poison. If an ordinary martial artist was pierced, they would die instantly. However, these silver needles did not have any effect. They were all blocked by Ziyue. Second-rate expert? The old man's face changed, and his body froze. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he roared. So what if you're a second-rate expert? There are at least 8, if not 10, second-rate experts who have died at the hands of us. Today, there will be one more. He quickly reached for his waist, and a row of small flying daggers appeared in his hand. His inner strength surged out. Clang, clang, clang. One after another, flying daggers shot out like silver ribbons. At the same time, a pitch-black device appeared in the old woman's hand. Die! The old woman roared and suddenly opened the black device. In an instant, the countless silver needles emitted the glow of black venom and swept out. Pearflower storm needles. At this moment, everyone was horrified. Even a first-rate expert would have to be careful when facing such a dense burst of poisonous needles, let alone a second-rate expert. No wonder Wu Yin and his wife could repeatedly kill second-rate experts with the strength of a third-rate expert. This hidden weapon was definitely a great killing weapon. Is this what you're capable of? Ziyue's tone was calm, and there was a hint of disappointment on his face. Layer after layer of golden bells formed in the blink of an eye and rushed out of his body. There were 6 layers of golden bells, and they were like thick city walls that enveloped him completely. Then, instead of retreating, he rushed out from where he was. Clang, clang, clang. Countless silver needles and flying daggers shot out like a dense rain of arrows. Ziyue held the long saber in his hand and turned it into a huge black light screen. It blocked almost all the silver needles. Occasionally, there were some that slipped through. Even if they hit his golden bell shield, they could not shake it at all. Die! Ziyue slashed out, and the void turned white. The old woman's eyes widened. Her eyes suddenly lost focus for a moment. It was as if her entire mind was being pulled into the long black saber. Then, a cold light flashed through the long saber. Ah, she screamed. She only had time to block the attack with the black device in front of her. Then, she was cut into 2 by the saber. There was a huge gap between a third-rate expert and a second-rate expert. It was almost impossible to cross it. Not to mention that Bai Ziyue was not an ordinary second-rate expert. The moment the hidden weapon in her hand failed to hurt Ziyue, her fate was sealed. Moreover, she was only 5 meters away from Ziyue. Protective technique, golden bell shield. The old man gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with fear and disbelief. You killed my wife. I'll kill you. Then the old man roared. Chi exploded from his body. It was as if he had endless potential. His originally thin and weak figure suddenly became powerful and majestic at this moment. It was as if he had turned from a dying old man into a strong young man in an instant. He reached into his bosom, and a flying dagger instantly shot out. Then, without even looking at the result, he retreated without any regard for his own safety. He ran away. He actually ran away at this moment. Whether it was a pretense or a provocation, it was all a cover-up. The old man's real goal was never revenge. Based on his experience, he naturally knew that Ziyue was powerful. He was not someone he could defeat. Even if he tried his best, he would not be able to defeat him. Even an ant craved for life. Wu Yin, cherished his life even more. Therefore, he ran away. He used a secret technique that stimulated his potential to more than double his speed. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He did not chase after the old man. Instead, he picked up the longbow on his back, took out a flame arrow, and knocked it on the bowstring. Then, he pulled the bowstring to form a full moon. Boom! The flame arrow shot out. Chapter 247. Boom! The flaming arrow streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, causing the air to explode. Ding! The arrow trembled and exploded violently. In the midst of the whistling sound, a strong flame suddenly exploded. Boom! Wu Lei let out a loud scream. His entire body was almost pierced through. Under the strong flame, he struggled violently for a few moments before falling to the ground with a thud. He was dead. Let's go. At Bai Ziyue's command, he jumped onto his steed with a leap. Okay. Zhang Jun seemed to have come to his senses at this moment. He nodded repeatedly and quickly followed. The purple-robed woman looked calm, but she could not help but take a few more glances at him. In the dark night, figures flickered. Perhaps it was because of Ziyue's great power, but no one dared to stop them. In the dilapidated town, even the city walls were broken. The group of people did not waste much energy and rushed out of the city walls, heading towards the East City County. The sky was bright. Ziyue and his group of 10 people stopped on a small path. They had abandoned the carriage. Even the purple-robed woman was riding on a white horse. She looked very stable. Compared to when Ziyue first met her, she looked much better now. She was not like before, coughing and spitting out blood from time to time. Therefore, in order to avoid possible pursuers, they abandoned the carriage with obvious wheel marks, and all of them began to ride on horses. Naturally, their speed increased a lot. However, the number of pursuers did not decrease. The ground was littered with corpses. There were more than 10 corpses scattered around. Evidently, they had just gone through a battle and killed the invading enemies. Master Bai, something is wrong. Previously, we were slowed down by the carriage and were traveling on the official road. We were an obvious target, and it was normal that we would be discovered and intercepted. However, now that we have started to take the small path and change directions several times, they still caught up with us easily. This does not make sense. Zhang Jun said with a serious face. Something is wrong. Ziyue nodded and looked at the people on the ground. This was the third wave of attackers they had encountered after leaving the town. Although these people were not strong, not even one of them was in the internal force realm, and the strongest was only at the peak of internal refinement, so they were easily killed by them. However, it did make them feel extremely impatient. As a result, his speed was greatly affected. Is there a mole? In the escort agency, a martial artist who had reached the inner force realm asked tentatively. This man was also one of the escort leaders. His name was Dong Jingwu, and he was an expert in using giant axes. His mountain-splitting axe technique was extremely swift and fierce. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but feel bewildered. That's impossible. Our brothers know each other very well. Their families are all living in the Four Seas escort agency. It's impossible for them to betray us. As for young Master Bai, that's even more impossible. The reason we were able to escape this time was all thanks to young Master Bai. Zhang Jun quickly shook his head and denied it. I think I know the reason. Ziyue suddenly spoke. He lifted his head to look at the sky and said, "Look at those 2 eagles above us. Have they been hovering above us for too long?" That's right. I've seen traces of those 2 eagles since this morning. It's almost afternoon now, and those 2 eagles are still here. It must be because they're watching us. Someone in the group said excitedly. Immediately, everyone's expression froze. But soon after, they frowned again. Even if we know that those 2 bastards are watching us, there's nothing we can do. They're too far away from us. The lowest one is 3,000 feet, and the highest one is more than 5,000 feet. Zhang Jun immediately shook his head and said in distress, "If we don't get rid of those two bastards, we'll definitely be attacked by an endless stream of assassins." But now, Dong Jingwu's face was also filled with helplessness and frustration. "I can make a move, but once I do, my aura will leak out, and it'll definitely attract even more trouble. Monsters, ghosts, anything is possible. Although I've recovered some of my strength, I can only use a portion of it. If we encounter some powerful beings, it'll be even more troublesome. Of course, if there's really no other way, I'll give it a try. As long as there aren't any overly powerful demons nearby, it shouldn't be too dangerous." The purple-clad woman was silent for a moment before she spoke. "No need. Just leave it to me." Zue shook his head and took the longbow hanging on his back. "This bow is naturally a good one. However, it can only support an arrow for 800 meters before it runs out of strength. Moreover, the two eagles above us aren't simple at all. They're clearly eagle kings that have undergone bloodline evolution. Even if the Sky Eagle King of the 18 Eagle Kings that we encountered earlier were to make a move, it would probably be difficult for him to kill them." Zhang Jun looked at the longbow in Ziyue's hand and couldn't help but shake his head. Naturally, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of using a bow to kill the two eagles. However, 3,000 feet was a distance of more than 1,000 meters. It was too far and too high. It was impossible to kill them with a bow. Even if Ziyue relied on his strength that was far superior to the Sky Eagle King, he could shoot more than 1,000 meters. However, the true test of archery wasn't just the distance. More importantly, one's eyesight and accuracy were required. He had seen Ziyue's palms before. They were as white as jade. It definitely wasn't an expert who had specially trained in archery. Just this point alone was enough to make him shake his head. Moreover, these two eagles were eagle kings that were extremely vigilant. Even if he managed to shoot one of them, the other would definitely escape or rise to a higher altitude. It wouldn't be of much use at all. There was also disbelief in the eyes of the other people. They naturally believed in Ziyue's strength. However, archery was completely different from martial arts. "Let's give it a try. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late for Immortal Master Qing to make a move." Ziyue chuckled and didn't mind. He then took out an arrow, a flame arrow. This was the last flame arrow in his hand. He didn't feel any heartache as he knocked the flame arrow on the bow. Zhang Jun and the other sighed when they saw this. How is this technique different from newbies? Previously, when Ziyue killed Wei Yin with a single arrow, they could already tell that he didn't rely on his archery skills to succeed. It was the power of the flame arrow itself. As for being able to hit the target with a single arrow, it wasn't surprising at all. It was only a distance of tens of meters. Even an ordinary person would be able to hit the target, let alone Zue, whose strength had reached the peak of the second-rate expert. However, it was completely different this time. A distance of more than 1,000 meters, and two eagle kings at that. Ziyue's face was solemn. The inner strength in his body surged out. Not only did it merge with the flame arrow, but it also spread out in the longbow in his hand. Pull, pull. It was like a full moon. Under the powerful pull, even the bow made creaking sounds as if it would break at any time. His gaze then fell on the two eagles that were constantly soaring in the sky. The two eagles were considered huge. When they spread out, they were at least 7 to 8 meters long. However, they were more than 1,000 meters above the ground. In the eyes of others, they couldn't help but appear very small. Sometimes they spread out, sometimes they converged. They were always hovering around the ground. A pair of eagle eyes coldly stared at the ground. The moment Ziyue pulled the bow and arrow, they let out a cry as if they were disdainful. Now's the time. Ziyue held his breath. The inner strength in his body instantly surged. The layer of red light on the flame arrow became even more obvious. Bang! Ziyue's hand loosened. In an instant, the flame arrow was shot. Boom! The void exploded. The air was turbulent. It was extremely fast. This arrow had already surpassed the sound barrier. Whoosh! Only then did the two eagles realize that something was wrong. They desperately flapped their wings, trying to avoid it. However, it was too late. The flame arrow arrived at the moment when the two eagles passed by each other. Boom! The raging flames spread out in an instant and directly engulfed the two eagles. Their feathers were almost burned out in an instant. The scorching temperature kept burning. Together with the exploding arrow, it was like flying needles that shot at their bodies. The two eagles died in an instant. Then they fell from the void. They hit the target. Two birds with one arrow. Only then did Ziyue let out a sigh of relief. His face was full of excitement. They hit the target. Zhang Zhen's mouth was wide open. His eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be? Could it be that after one's strength increased, one's archery skills would also become more powerful? But why was there not much difference between his archery skills when he was still at the stage of outer practice and inner practice? The other people's faces were also full of shock. Then, their eyes were immediately full of admiration. Originally, they were full of admiration and respect for Ziyue's strength. However, at this time, Ziyue's extraordinary archery skills, which could kill two birds with one arrow from 1,000 meters away, immediately made them admire him very much. Even Miss Qing couldn't help but take another look at him as her eyes wandered around. In his heart, he was somewhat surprised by the endless means that Wang Cheng had, but he was also somewhat curious. Ziyue had a panoramic view of everyone's eyes. However, his face was calm. Although he hadn't really practiced archery, his eyesight had reached an extraordinary level because of the magic instinct formed by the spirit eye skill. Not to mention 1,000 meters away, he could see clearly even from 5,000 meters away or even 10,000 meters away. In addition, his spirit was strong and his spiritual sense was sharp. If he had enough strength, naturally, even if he hadn't deliberately practiced archery, he could kill the Eagle King from 1,000 meters away. Although it was partly due to the power of the flame arrow itself, it was not something that an ordinary person could do. Even a first-class expert couldn't do it. Chapter 248. All right, let's clean up. Following this, Ziyue's eyes flickered as he said calmly, "The three groups of people who intercepted us weren't strong. They were probably trying to slow us down. I'm guessing that there must be some experts behind us who haven't arrived yet. Let's leave while their eyes are shot out." Yes, let's go. Zhang Zhen nodded his head and ordered everyone to get on their horses. Haha, you're only running now? We've already eaten them. Just at this moment, an extremely deep and resounding cry that seemed to be able to shake the heavens suddenly sounded. Shit! Everyone's expression changed as they turned around. A few miles away, a red-clothed old man, who was much taller than an ordinary person, stepped on the top of a tree. He was using his qing gong to rush over. It's Yang Jingtian of the tiger-roaring forest. It's Yang Jingtian of the Chilean mountain. Zhang Zhen roared as his face turned pale. At this moment, the others felt their hearts skip a beat. The joy they felt when Bai Ziyue killed two Eagle Kings with a single arrow instantly vanished. They could not help but feel endless fear and despair. A first-rate expert. Even if they were confident in Ziyue's strength, they knew that the difference between a first-rate expert and a first-rate expert was like an insurmountable chasm. Miss Qing couldn't help but frown. Then, she revealed a helpless and determined expression. She sighed and said, "Young Master Bai, escort leader Zhang, I might have to go back on my promise to you. What's going to happen will happen, and I can't avoid it. You guys go first. I'm not satisfied that I didn't get the Xiantian pellet." Ziyue interrupted her and said, "You guys go first. I'll catch up with you later." What? The purple-clothed woman looked at Bai Ziyue in shock. She naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Maybe my strength isn't as strong as this tiger-roaring forest, but I'm confident that I can survive against him. You guys go first. I'll catch up with you after I get rid of him. After saying this, Ziyue no longer hesitated and turned his horse around. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator? Can you really stop him? The purple-clothed woman looked deeply at Ziyue and couldn't help but ask, "Although I am determined to obtain the Xiantian pellet, I will not play with my life." Ziyue chuckled and confirmed again, I can't block it, but won't be difficult to escape. All right, if you can't keep up with us this time, I will stay in the East City County for 10 days. During this period, as long as you mention my name to the Chun clan, I'll definitely come to see you and give you the Scintian pellet. The purple-clothed woman was silent for a moment before she said, My name is Fan Qingyu. Then she patted the reins, got off the horse, and rushed out in an instant. Go! Zhang Zhun heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly roared. The other people's ashen and despairing expressions immediately relaxed. They glanced at Ziyue gratefully and hurriedly followed. Fan Qingyu, Bai Zi narrowed his eyes as he watched them leave. Then he was slightly startled. He didn't expect the black puppy to be so obedient and stay where it was. Then he looked at the rapidly approaching expert, Yang Jingtian, who was roaring like a tiger in the forest. None of you can escape. Yang Jingtian let out a long roar, like the roar of a tiger king in the mountains. Under the roar, the leaves rustled and fell. It was obvious that he had a terrifying sound wave technique, which was very powerful. Noisy, Ziyue snorted. Without hesitation, he patted the horse's back and rushed out. With the help of his lightness skill, he quickly rushed toward Shiyan. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were close to each other. You're courting death. Yang Jingtian snorted and slashed down with a long golden saber. The void trembled, and the air swirled violently. The light of this blade was scorching hot and powerful. Even the sun hanging in the sky seemed to dim at this moment, no longer as dazzling as it was before. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Ziyue roared and swept out his divine black saber to meet the attack. Domineering saber art. Clang. There was an earth-shattering sound, and sparks flew in all directions. The two figures were instantly thrown back. Each of them crashed into a large tree before stopping. Then, with an even faster speed, they rushed out from their original positions. Clang, clang, clang. Bai Ziyue made his move. He performed the tyrant saber art, tremor saber art, and various saber techniques as he wished. Yang Jingtian's saber skill was also fierce and violent. Perhaps in terms of subtlety, it wasn't as good as Ziyue's saber skill, which had reached the peak and could perfectly display its power. However, Yang Jingtian, who had been a first-class expert for 10 years, had a much thicker and more solid inner energy. His strength was also due to his tall stature, reaching 8 feet. He was born with great strength and was slightly stronger than Bai Ziyue. Therefore, in a short period of time, the two of them were evenly matched. Puff, puff, puff. As the two of them fought, the commotion caused was huge. Trees that required a person to wrap their arms around were unable to withstand their attacks. As long as they were crushed, the trees would collapse in an instant. Many craters were left on the ground as their saber chi blasted them open. Good, good, good. You dare to face me alone. You do have some skills. However, if that's all you have, you'll definitely die. Today, I'll let you know the difference between a first-rated expert and a second-rated expert. Yang Jingtian looked at Ziyue in surprise. He was surprised by his opponent's age, and even more so by his strength and skills. He felt a little pressured. However, Yang Jingtian was still too young, and his cultivation level was slightly lower. When Yang Jingtian attacked, he saw some stagnation in Yang Jingtian's movements. Yang Jingtian immediately felt relieved and was full of confidence. As his throat moved, his entire neck more than doubled in size. A terrifying and shocking aura immediately spread out from his mouth. It's time to end this. Ziyue raised his eyebrows. He guessed that Fan Qingyu and the others must have escaped by now. He no longer had any scruples. Just as he was about to use his celestial technique to kill them, his heart skipped a beat. He reached into his bosom, and a gold-lined pouch appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, his mind energy surged. Then, he quickly escaped without hesitation. Furthermore, as he fled, layers upon layers of golden bells appeared with a loud rumble, completely protecting his entire body within. Puff, puff, A thick black mist that almost condensed into a solid substance instantly spread out. Elixir poison, filthy chi. Shockingly, this black mist was precisely the poisonous, baleful chi that he'd obtained from the storage pouch in the immortal martial treasure vault. Roar. A loud roar turned into layers of light waves. It was as though a Real Tiger King was roaring in the forest. The sound waves were so powerful that they rushed toward Bai Ziyu in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that Yang Jingtian finally used his sound wave technique, the Tiger Roar Thunder technique. A loud explosion took place, causing the leaves on the surrounding trees to fall to the ground. The powerful sound wave collided with the golden bell and passed through it in the blink of an eye. The sound wave attack was strange and powerful. Even the protective golden bell shield could not block it. Ziyue's expression changed. He felt a slight vibration in his ears. It was as if there were golden needles pricking his eardrums. It was only when he started to circulate his inner force that the situation eased. On the other hand, Yang Jingtian was about to take the opportunity to charge at Bai Ziyu with the Tiger Thunder roaring technique in order to kill him. Suddenly, he felt a dense black fog shrouding him. Yang Jingtian let out a blood-curdling scream. His internal energy that was protecting his body was easily corroded. Under the cover of the thick black fog, he instantly felt a piercing pain. His vision turned black and the world around him started to spin. "I'm going to kill you," Yang Jingtian roared. He swung his saber as if he wanted to disperse the poisonous fog. His bloody face was filled with hatred. Ziyue did not reply. He had already recovered from the Tiger Roaring Thunder technique. He then calmly dodged the saber aura. His mental energy surged. A spiritual art was being prepared. Stun Spirit Spike. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Without a sound, a spiritual attack was launched. Yang Jingtian let out a scream. The aura on his body dissipated. It was as if his consciousness was about to leave his body. Ziyue rushed out. His black god saber turned into a black streak and slashed across the sky. Whoosh! Above Yang Jingtian's head, which was soaring into the sky, his pupils were dilated. He seemed to be at a loss. Soon after, he was pulled into the endless darkness by an invisible black hand. Huff, huff! Ziyue panted slightly. He was secretly alert. It seems that sound wave attacks are the same as mental energy attacks. They are both weak points in my defense. In the future, I have to be careful when I encounter martial artists or immortal cultivators who have mastered these two types of attacks. I have to deal with them as soon as possible. I have to nip the danger in the bud. This time I was careless. Also, the poisonous fog is very powerful. It's just that it's too scattered. It only delayed Yang Jingtian for a while. It didn't achieve the effect I expected. With that thought in mind, Bai Ziyu could not help but make some plans. Soon after, he searched Yang Jingtian's body with familiarity. He found a golden saber, some silver, some pills, and a book lying quietly in his backpack. Ziyue raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Yang Jingtian to come all the way to Mount Qilian with a secret manual. Tiger Roaring Thunder Technique. A hint of joy immediately appeared in his heart. He was very interested in this sound technique. He felt that if this sound technique was combined with his Stun Spirit Spike, it would definitely produce a wonderful change. He was looking forward to it. Now that he had unexpectedly obtained a cultivation technique, he was very happy. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.